organized by the Llewellyn and Partners Co-Limited of the University of Hong Kong and the British Standards Institution. I'm Celia, and it is my honor to be your MC today. The seminar aimed at providing a platform for academics and practitioners to share insights and the latest development of the application of digital technologies in the construction and built environment industry. Today, we are honored to have key leaders and industry experts from various organizations, professional institutions, and universities. We are gathered here to share insights on digital technologies and to cope with challenges and provide inspirations for future innovations. Without further delay, may I now invite Mr. Michael Lam, Managing Director, APAC, BSI, to deliver an opening speech for us. The opening speech will be followed by a sharing on driving sustainability through digital trust within the built environment by Mr. Andy Butterfield, Managing Director of Global Built Environment, BSI, and Mr. Kevin Wong, Built Environment Sector Director, BSI APAC. Mr. Lam, Mr. Butterfield, and Mr. Wong, please.
Thank you, Celia. Can everybody hear me okay? Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to coming to join us today. And special thanks to our partners and speakers coming to share with you about what's important to adopt digital trust and sustainability into the built environment. I just want to begin by introducing a little bit about what BSI, our organization, what, in terms of what we do and what we can contribute to the built environment industry. A little bit about our organization. Established in 1901, we've been running for 122 years by now. We're the first national standards body representing the UK interest, but ever since then, we started to service the greater good of a society as well. So we provide standardization services to not only cover the UK interest, but basically cover the wider society that is beyond UK. For the past 122 years, we've been providing a huge number of standards to support various industries and segments, some of which are really, really widely adopted. I don't know whether any one of you heard about ISO 9000. Could you raise up your hands? Yeah, ISO 9000 Quality Management Standard, ISO 14000, which is Environmental Management Standard, ISO 45001, which is a Health and Safety Standard, and the one that connects to the built environment industry is the ISO 19650, which is what we call the BEAM standard. That stems from the past 1192 that was established in 2013 by us. So for the past so many years, we've created so many standards that have been widely adopted. But one thing that is very unique for us, that we are not an ordinary organization. We are not for-profit distributing organization, because we will be reinvesting our profit back to the society through the establishment of standards. So we're servicing actually the greater good of humankind to allow us to live in a society that is more sustainable and more resilient. All right, so a little bit of our organization. We do have 4 divisions that are providing various of services to cover various of sectors and various of topics that help the establishment of standard and the implementation of standards. First of all, we have a knowledge solution division that, again, is the one that establishes standards and it distributes standards to the society as well. From our standards store, we can provide 95,000 standards for people to purchase. And through the information solution platform, we can allow people to access to 83,000 standards. So that's a very, very big service unit that creates huge impact to the society. And we do have an assurance division, which is one of the largest certification services in the world. Through the providing of various of certification, auditing, product testing, and training services, we help organizations to embed standards. And apart from that, we do have another division that provides product certification services on medical devices, such as the implants, which is of the highest safety requirement type of medical devices. We're one of the well-known organizations certifying to CE standards. And in the area where they're not conflicting to the certification services, we do provide consultation services that it's helping organizations to deal with cyber security and EHS-related topics. All right, so we're truly, even though we're stepping out from the UK, we're truly operating globally. We've been providing services to cover 84,000 clients spread over in 193 countries. We do have 5,500 colleagues spread over in 87 offices spread over in 31 different countries. And again, representing the UK, we're operating in various organizations such as ISO, IEC, and ITU. And also, we're operating in some of the European standards organizations such as ZEN-CENIC and ETSI. And it's worth to mention that to support the fast tracking of developing of international standards, we do provide what we call the PAS, P-A-S, publicly available specifications, which is a fast track international standard to help to cope with the fast pace of the development of some of the industries. So apart from providing supports to governments, we do have the standardization services that can support the private sectors as well. On that, I want to pass the stage to one of my colleagues to introduce to you what are the particular services that is connected to the built environment industry. Andy, thanks.
Thank you, Michael. Good afternoon, everybody. It's absolutely superb to be back in Hong Kong. I'll just expand on my great introduction from Celia just to bring it into context of my role at BSI. And then actually, what I'm keen to do with you this afternoon is share really the last 10 years worth of the work that we've done and how we've been working particularly closely with the Hong Kong market and globally with helping the built environment sector really adapt to change and embrace technology. So my role is to work across our business units. So as Michael explained a little bit about our structure, I'm usually based in our London office, so I work across our business division with a small team, looking at how we can understand the challenges that the built environment, the global built environment sector faces, so that we can look to work together with clients and stakeholders to create solutions. And it's that journey over the last 10 years that I'm going to bring into the context, looking at what that looked like when we start to look at BIM and we start to look at the global landscape, and particularly what we did here in Hong Kong and continue to do in Hong Kong. So just to put the built environment and our focus into context, we know that the challenges are incredibly complex with modern built environment. If we look at the challenges every day that organizations face as they aspire to drive better outcomes, and we really focus on 4 particular thematic areas, as you can see behind me. So sustainability, I think we're all in the room here today would really agree just how acute the challenge is with sustainability. And particularly within the built environment sector, this is a really, really key area of focus of where we're driving support at the moment. The next area, digital transformation. Now, I'm often asked the connection between sustainability and digital transformation being thematic areas. And put quite simply, and this is one of the things I'd like to, if we're going to have a bit of discussion on this afternoon, is how we really use digital technology to drive much more effective outcomes and drive progress in the sector. So really, digital transformation is an enabler of many of these thematic areas, including health, safety, and well-being. We've seen a lot of focus on health, safety, and well-being out here, particularly in this market. And the way I would describe the 4th theme of quality, you heard Michael just ask for a show of hands on those that recognize ISO 9001. Really, quality is, forgive me for using built environment terms, it's our foundation for which we really built support services for this sector. So, rewinding, thinking about a really important question. 10 years ago, we embarked on a journey that's going to continue way into the future. But I want to focus on the why we started the journey to support with BIM. And I'm talking, I know, from a UK perspective, because this is where our initial, our initial engagement with UK government came. Because as a sector, we faced a real challenge particularly in construction. It was hugely wasteful. There was lots of waste, there was lots of duplication, there was a lack of coordination of information and engagement across the supply chain. But then we saw the sector really embracing this new transformation called building information modelling. And whilst this was great to see, and the appetite for innovation was really acute, one of the things that we were conscious of is there wasn't really a framework to enable organisations to truly understand how to successfully implement this technology. So whilst ambitions were very noble, we were probably missing the opportunities for driving better outcomes. And this is where our journey started. And I have to say, this picture is one, for me, is a very, very proud moment in our journey, where we, following designing the very first standard, the world's first standard for BIM, we then worked with industry to pull together and build a certification scheme to really help those organisations embrace that best practice and demonstrate how they were really leading the way. So it's rather appropriate, 2023, to reflect on 10 years, because the standard celebrates its 10th birthday this year. Boy, have we come a long way in the standards landscape since that time. And here I'm just going to really try and articulate to you what the standard journey looks like and how we've worked, to Michael's earlier point, very, very closely with ISO. We were a founding member of ISO, so everything we do, we work really closely with ISO to shape international standards. But the journey started way back with collaborative working as a standard. That was really the origins for BIM. But in 2013, as I said, we shaped the first standard for BIM implementation, PAS 1192-2. But then we worked with industry to expand that suite into other areas to cover asset management and also information security. But the pathway was always going to lead here, which was, as we start to see across the timeline, ISO turned its attention to the work we had undertaken and driven with the PAS series to now develop an ever-growing suite of the BIM standards, so the ISO 19650 standards. And the journey's quite fascinating because, as I say, it starts with collaborative production, then we started to look across the asset life cycle, and that's really been mirrored with the work from ISO. But there's a really interesting shift in the mindset, I think, of these standards and where we go next. Because I was asked very recently my views on where BIM goes next. Where do the standards need to go? And I think we're seeing the very first sign of a shift in the focus on the standards, and it lies here. Because this standard is not available yet, so ISO have been developing the ISO 19650-6 standard. But the interesting thing is it's not just a BIM standard. This actually focuses on an outcome, my earlier slide, driving outcomes through digital technology. You can see earlier up here what we've done is we've seen the same pathway. So we developed the first standard for BIM to look at health and safety, how to drive better outcomes. So I actually think this is the shift we'll start to see. So a lot of standards, an awful lot of technical language used within those standards. It's been my pleasure to work with many organisations across the world to really help with implementing these standards. But I'm going to quote one of my clients that I work particularly closely with in the Middle East, actually, because they simplify this, and I love the way they tend to capture this, because all of this content really boils down to a very simple thing. BIM simplified, you need to focus on joining the three Ps up, so people, platforms or technology, and process. Our role, if I start with the first of those Ps, has been creation of the processes that enable an organisation to firstly understand what's possible and then how to successfully implement those processes. So please bear these in mind, because they're really the thread that's going to run through what I'm saying over the next 10 minutes or so. But it struck me as I start to reflect on a decade of progress that there is actually, we've now added a fourth P to define the formula for successfully looking at driving BIM. So, a lot of work, 10 years, a lot of engagement, and it's superb to be here at Hong Kong University working with some of the partners down here that are guest speakers on bringing that journey to life. So it's been a real pleasure. And it's spanned, as you can see there now, our services extend to some 450 clients and spanning 25 countries. So it's been quite a journey from something that was a concept in the UK that had absolutely the ability to transform and enable markets globally. The interesting point here that I'd like to say is actually the supply chain becomes a really big issue. In particular, ensuring that we take everybody on the journey. So we're really proud to say that as we're here today in the centre of academia in Hong Kong, we've been working with many other stakeholders across the breadth of the supply chain to help with ensuring that this technology has really been successful. However, it's time to really start to focus, I think, beyond just BIM, because I think there's risk. I think there's a risk that we're starting to see emerge in the sector, and that's actually there's a much bigger issue than BIM, and that's the broader issue of digital transformation being embedded across the sector, particularly across the asset life cycle more broadly. So our work continues and is extending into other areas of digital transformation. You can see an example here where, much as we did with the original BIM standard, we've been working quite closely to look at the whole issue of digital twins, issuing the first standard, which is guidance for design principles for using digital twins. And we work very closely with the Centre for Digital Built Britain as a partner to produce this standard. Also, looking at broader issues of digital transformation as this starts to look at using technology to drive increased sustainability, our work has been very extensive in shaping another world's first standard, which was PAS 181, which was the world's first standard for smart and sustainable cities and communities. And I have to say, been delighted to see the adoption and the interest in this standard out here in the Asia-Pac region. It's been great to work with clients, some of them in the room with us this afternoon. So this all starts to paint a picture, I think, of a much bigger challenge than just BIM. And I'd like to provoke a question that I come to the panel session, the guest speakers. We're going to have a sort of wrap-up session at the end of today. This is where I believe there is an opportunity balanced with a risk. The risk is, if I'm answering my own question honestly at the moment, based upon feedback that I see as I travel around and various discussions, whether it be in the US, the Middle East, or back in the UK, I think the answer to this question is we are absolutely in danger of building digital silos. But I think we're actually looking at two sets of silos. I think firstly, there's still a long way to go, really looking truly at how you use data purposefully across the breadth of the asset life cycle is really key, and I don't think we haven't made the progress that we would like as a sector, and I think this remains a challenge for us moving forward. And I think partly it's driven by this second set of silos here, the technology silos. An observation. 10 years ago, when I first started to look at BIM, my role at BSI was to understand, firstly, was there a role for BSI? Was there an industry problem that needed to be discussed, for us to listen to our clients to shape a solution? The answer was absolutely yes. And the answer was yes because everybody was adopting BIM technology and software. But as I said earlier, I don't think we were thinking about how to implement that successfully. There's a new emerging issue which actually is amusing in the respect that it's the same set of circumstances that I saw 10 years ago with digital twin. And this is a really interesting debate that I hear in all sorts of different fora. Everybody's adopting digital twin. Everybody's really focusing on digital twin. What we rarely hear is first and foremost, what is the purpose of that digital twin? What are you trying to achieve? And how do you connect up all of the technology so that the data, which is really, really key, flows across the asset life cycle from BIM into digital twin, creating better outcomes, more effective asset management, and actually helps us on our journey to circularity, which is a really, really big challenge for the built environment sector. I think these few words from Nathan Doughty, CEO of ASITE, beautifully capture our sector's biggest challenge. I would absolutely agree with this, which is on convergence of technology and making sure that no one gets left behind. A very simple summation here of the supply chain. Because, again, thinking about the 3 Ps, people, really, really important. I think 10 years ago, we underestimated the importance of training, education, and knowledge transfer to enable people to really utilize this technology successfully. And that's a responsibility. And I choose that word very, very carefully. Responsibility for everybody in the supply chain, whether it be at a client level, awarding contracts, governing the procurement processes, whether it be major contractors that are delivering against those contracts and have a responsibility to help their supply chain partners to understand this technology and really engage. So at the base of all this, people element, training, education, knowledge transfer, really, really key. I've heard it said that otherwise, if you're investing in technology without investing in the people, you're just not going to see the return on investment of that investment that you're making in the technology. So it's a really key point. But this requires something very, very simple. Collaboration both up and down through the supply chain to take everybody on our journey with us. So, skill shortage, well documented. I won't labour the point. I think this slide really captures the skill shortage, which is well documented by the likes of McKinsey and others. So quite appropriate, really, that I'm here to focus on this. So, some key takeaways. I think I've captured these. I think we've got a long way to go with making BIM business as usual. Still a long way to go. We need to keep the end in mind. Really focus on taking everybody with us in the supply chain. Standards have absolutely played a key role, and the supply chain is really important to focus on. Likewise, as I look ahead, just to sort of summarise some of the key aspects for us to focus on, I think construction procurement, really, really key. Still a long way to go with effective construction procurement to help contractors understand and be very clear on what's required. More use cases, really important for us to see. Organisations shining the light for others on what's possible. Convergence of technology, again, really important. And driving better outcomes. I don't think we've done this enough. So I'm just going to whiz through as I summarise and hand over to Kevin. Sustainability. Hugely complex and challenging area for built environment. Hugely challenging. Lots of data, lots of potential, but are we actually driving this to drive better outcomes? Now, if we look at built environments specifically, I think you'll all agree, these are some of the key outcomes we are absolutely focused on in the sector. And these are some of the, particularly the UN SDGs, that the sector generally is really, really focused on. So putting it another way, if we look at joining all this up, we look at all the technology that is out there, and we look at it across the supply chain, we have the potential to really help address some of those challenges for sustainability. The fourth P, I mentioned earlier, 3 Ps are really important, but actually reflecting on the last decade, this is really, really important for us to succeed. Partnerships. Partnerships for us to work together as an industry to share information will really leverage opportunities moving forward. So on that note, I'm going to hand to my colleague, Kevin Wong, just to explain a little bit about what that looks like here in Hong Kong. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me okay? Yeah, thank you. I'm Kevin Wong. I'm local Hong Kong engineer, graduate from HKUST. Yeah, I'm really delighted to be here to explain a little bit more about how BSI is supporting the global adoption in Hong Kong. As Andy just showed you, indeed, we play a very key role in shaping the standard, ISO 19650. It actually originated from the PAS 1192. Yeah, excuse me. No. We also work with the industry together to build up the training program. We become one of the certified BIM manager training program provider, which is recognized by HKCIC. In this way, we actually support the industry by enhancing the BIM expertise. Moreover, we also support our clients and industry for the BIM implementation by our BIM Kaismart. The BIM Kaismart actually enable the BIM knowledge is effectively applied and embedded in our client. This maybe look like quite a busy slide, but I won't go into detail in it. This timeline actually showcases how we collaborate in our industry. We work with stakeholders like HKCIC, LPC, Hong Kong U, and other stakeholders to deliver the CCBM and CCBC training here. I think in the past few years, we delivered more than the BIM training to more than 1,000 students in there. Yeah. So we actually help to embed the knowledge for the industry. We address the skill gap, which is highlighted in the works circular of Development Bureau. Yeah. Additionally, we also tailor the training program with institutes for their specific need. This page talks about how the BIM Kaismart paved the way for digital transformation. Yeah, Stephen, you're here. James, you're also here. Yeah. Actually, the BIM Kaismart helped the construction company to showcase, to demonstrate their BIM capability in all the construction phase. Yep. It has been developed in collaboration with the industry to make sure it adds value and also address the key issues for the BIM implementation. Yep. Back to 2016, Gammon has been one of the first company achieve this BIM Kaismart for BIM implementation. As a quick summary, my audience, you find the fifth P here, purpose indeed. I think it is all about how BSI here to help you. By our standard, through our standard, yeah. I believe this is a very good wrap-up of our presentation here. I hope you enjoy it and find it helpful. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Lam, Mr. Butterfield, and Mr. Wong. Moving on, let us invite engineer Dr. Llewellyn Tang, founder and CEO of the LPC, to the stage. He will talk about the future net carbon built assets driven by AI and standardization on auto CDE. Engineer Dr. Tang, please.
Testing. Okay. So, by the way, I'm the 6P, yeah, the partner, yeah, one of the partner, yeah. Okay. Yeah, the title is very fancy. Yeah, you got all the fancy keywords, AI, carbon neutrality. Yeah. So let's start end in mind. Is it something that we can achieve in the future together? It takes around 20 minutes each. Okay. And also, by the way, so thank you for coming here. So, I mean, on behalf of Hong Kong U, it's great to host everybody here, and also, you know, with all the very great speakers. So myself, I'm not going to spend 20 minutes here. I think most of the people know me here already. But one thing I'm really lucky is I really have lots of time to tour around the world. Likewise, I just came back from Middle East, yeah. So really opened up my eyes, yeah. Of course, I also got lots of experience in the UK. Myself, I'm one of the other stakeholders involved in drafting the whole PAS 1192 as well. So really see how the industry transform through the technology, yeah. But the usage of standard and also how we see data, to me, I think is still very weak, I would say. In particular, coming from an academia, more like theoretical perspective, and how we can actually innovate as an industry player, you know, for our own sector. Design, build, operate. So currently LPC. We cover the full life cycle. I think Andy already set the scene. You know, that kind of digital silos is very interesting. We have been spending too much time working on silos already. But now we're actually facing different challenges, yeah. Everybody talk about digital twin, everybody talk about BIM, IoT, metaverse, all these fancy names. But they're all disconnected. And also, we're actually trying to defining what does it mean to either yourself, your company, but what does it mean to the industry as well, yeah. So I think it's really something that we can think about it now after, you know, the whole decade of BIM in the last 10 years. So currently, well, LPC is a Hong Kong U spin-off company. Okay, it's under my name, but it's an official BIM company of the University of Hong Kong. And we're also your client as well. Yeah, you need to put back our logo there. That 450, yeah, we're 451, yeah. I get the number now, yeah. We are product certified by ISO as well, ISO 19650, yeah. It's not the process understanding, it's our product itself. Got the full certification, yeah. If you pay attention to Andy's presentation, yeah, the ISO 19650 actually cover from part 1 to part 5, and now you got part 6 as well. Talk about health and safety, yeah. So we cover the whole life cycle from part 1 and part 5 as well. Not just one part in design construction, it's the full life cycle. So also R&D, yeah, we got lots of research working on it. Is exactly where you are now, University of Hong Kong. So we try to commercialize all the research as well. In particular, many engines and algorithms developed are AI related currently, yeah. We really try to let the industry players spend less time working on IT issue, really focus on design for safety, design for better buildings for the future, yeah. Spend more time really on a professional, yeah. Leave those stuff to, you know, I mean, technical IT stuff, yeah. So currently now we have an office also not just in Hong Kong, in Great Bay Area, and also this year we have our office in Middle East as well. So we're expanding very quickly, yeah, in the last 4 years, yeah. So these are all our recognition as well from the industry, yeah. So what we are focusing, well, I don't want to call myself studying digital twin. Our research, everything is focusing on information management. It's all about data. Yeah, so back to what I just say, you know, we do lots of design planning, construction planning, through the life cycle, right? But how much time we are spending on data planning? Okay, so upfront, yeah, we hope BIM or digital twin can solve everything, right? But we are the one to create the digital twin, not the digital twin itself can inform you what better decision you can actually make in the life cycle. We are way far from the real AI or digital twin. I mean, for construction. I mean, if we talk about the digital twin concept. So back to here, so our research, everything is focusing on data. How we can quickly get the right data to the right people at the right time. And also, we heavily use AI as well just try to quickly speed up the progress as well. Not spending time looking for data, calling people, and also do one thing, but you work on like at least 2 or 3 platforms at the same time, plus your email, WhatsApp, and WeChat. Okay? I don't think this is a scenario we want, or at least that's the best practice we're having. But what's next for our generation? Our generation, my daughter now, like, is learning Python, like in primary school already. Yeah, I'm sure his IT knowledge is much better than me. Yeah, so we are facing a much smarter generation in the future when we talk about AI. Not just the AI itself is smart, but our next generation can be smarter as well. Yeah, if we can set the direction, the right direction for them. Anyway, so quickly the outline. So just quickly tour you around the lessons learned from the UK, China, and also Hong Kong as well currently. Yeah, and of course we'll talk about our product Auto CD. Yeah, so not just recently, but in the last 4 years, our product actually evolved a lot, much better as well for the clients, feedbacks, requirements, all these as well. So I think it's great to share with everybody. So lessons learned, yeah. So I think Andy talked about 10 years journey, right? But back to 10 years, I was also asking myself when you put that slide, are we actually transforming in the last 10 years using technology, yeah? Okay, it looks all great, okay, on news, etc., so all these, but how much we actually transform as a professional through being digital. So here, for the industry itself, I think UK, why they put lots of emphasis, and mandate BIM in 2016, April 4. I think one thing is they really want to see a better future. Asset last longer and perform better. Okay? So looking at that life cycle or that digital silo, how can we avoid that silo being more complex? In the future, it will be even more complex. Imagine that free bubble if you bring ChatGPT into it, yeah? The fourth thing, that actually make it worse. Okay, the silo is actually getting more complex. But our ultimate goal as a professional is to build better asset. It's not building a perfect digital twin. Okay, I think it's something that our mission, don't forget our mission. We want to create a better built environment for our next generation, yeah. I think this is really a very nice summary from my experience in the UK, yeah. Forget about all these, meetings, all these, but this really very good summary. So carbon, and also, well, let's talk about carbon. Everybody talk about ESG, carbon neutrality, but what does it mean? This right next to us, I was late for 2 minutes, I really underestimate the journey because my office is just nearby, yeah. So I'm sure everybody, when you're a student, those people who are late, they actually live nearby. They're in the hall, or, yeah. So I was late because I underestimated. I forgot there's a construction site. It took me a lot longer for me to get here. How much carbon the site is actually creating at the moment? Can we tell? Even myself, I can't. Okay? But this is exactly what we want to perceive, right? During the whole life cycle construction, if we talk about carbon neutrality, not the end game, but we need to investigate the whole life cycle as well, from day one. By then, we need lots of data planning. We need lots of real data to support this scenario. It's not just by saying, oh, I'm actually at the end, I can achieve like 20%, 30% cut down, but through the life cycle, you actually generate 300% carbon already. So we talk about that life cycle. So it's very important. I mean, in day one, is this something that you really want to do? So lots of figures already telling you, in particular, many carbon emissions are coming from the operation stage, from the UK GBC report, economists, all this. So it's good to set the target, but you need to see which perspective you're coming from. Is it from the beginning or just in the middle life cycle? Or is it end game, and then you talk about how you improve the next asset using digital or using a better data planning approach. So and also another figures just to share with you, yeah. So all the governments are working so hard, like how we link up with like the SDG, all this goal, ESG, etc. Yeah. And if you look at some report from EY, by 2026, the digital twin markets, will go up to around almost 50 billion US dollar. Yeah, it's huge. Everybody talks about that. There's a big market there. Yeah, but we've got to think about. I think, in particular, Andy said how we standardize this. Is there any matrix or way that we can standardize the way not just we calculate, but how we work together? Otherwise, we will end up different. Everybody talks about that digital twin, but they end up different digital twin. Okay, digital twin is not new. Car already uses it for so many years. But are they actually end up different car that you drive differently at the end? It wouldn't. But the driving experience inside, how the material looks like, is it more posh, like the user friendliness, they're different because of the human aspect, but the car itself is still a car. Okay? So I think it's something that we need to think about. If we are all into the digital twin game, then how we actually standardize the way we deliver it together. This is very important. So some figures, this is some of the survey, we did it in China as well. So these are all the challenges here. So as you can see, standard is still the most challenging thing, Everybody create their own standard. Company suddenly say, I got a standard for you, just follow it. Client say, I know nothing about BIM digital twin, just use yours, yeah. So that digital twin side will just, the challenging will just becoming, multiplying the effect. Believe me, Andy, what you just said, After 10 years, you will get more silos. Okay, so we need one standard. We need one good standard to help us to do the data planning. So CIC report, another speaker also showed it in your previous presentation. So we are lucky to involve in this survey. So look at it, our industry is actually progressing. No matter the awareness, the usage, and they do see benefits, don't take me wrong, don't be negative, We do very good players here in Hong Kong to drive BIM. But still, back to Andy, the supply chain, SME, small companies. There's so many dragons here, digital twin, AI, carbon neutrality, They know nothing about this, those SME. They are the one to build the physical twin. How you can actually minimize the gap if you set the theoretical angle or vision so high, I want a net carbon digital twin by 2050, let's say. Let's say the next site, we want it like this, How you can make sure the downstream, the supplier, can close the gap for you, right? So we need lots of data planning. And we need to standardize the data that we really want at the end, and also the whole process as well, if you really want to deliver that. Otherwise, the gap is still there. The physical twin, digital twin is completely disintegrated, yeah. No matter what platform, what system, or we claim we just use one standard, but at the end, I just look at an outcome, For example, yeah, if it doesn't deliver, it doesn't deliver, yeah. So also some golden figures in terms of manpower, like talent training. So now currently, the golden number could be 136. So 1 BIM leader, 3 coordinators, and kind of 3 modelers, yeah. So if you get more resources, you multiply the effect, yeah. Not just in Hong Kong, many places in the world, we have got enough labor force. Okay, in particular, someone who can actually navigate the BIM digital tools, yeah, or I would say the data planning people, okay? Yeah, you exactly know what BIM can give it to you, to the client, yeah. For the labor side, I think like Hong Kong, we are having the labor shortage as well, but not in Middle East, yeah. Middle East, I've seen some very huge project, yeah, like having 20, 40,000 people working in one site. Okay, very easily, yeah. They don't have this issue, yeah. Okay, lots of big project, yeah. So CDE, yeah, okay. I think one thing back to the standard, yeah. ISO 19650, part 1, talk about concept. The concept is exactly about CDE, Common Data Environment. So here is the definition, but I'm not going to read it, yeah. Just make it simple. It's an agreed source of information or single source of truth, yeah. Or just work on the same page. or just work on one system, one platform. We do before. We work on email. Email is our single source of truth. Email is our CDE before. Just make it simple, okay? But now we have multiple CDE, yeah? WhatsApp, WeChat, plus others more technical CDE platform that hold your project data and BIM model, yeah? So the digital silos is really happening, Andy, I gotta tell you, yeah? So we are working on multiple CDE, yeah? But not just one CDE. That agree the source of information, yeah? We really got multiverse, yeah? We got multiple agreement of information in so many places, yeah, at the moment. So Auto CD, yeah, smart built asset platform, okay? I don't want to call it smart asset, it's too big for us. We still focus on built asset as a product, as a solution for our client. We still focus in built environment industry. So, well, it's web-based, okay? And one thing we really spend a lot of time is to understand the data requirement from our client. We really talk to every single client, what data you really want in your life cycle, not just for visualization, but for actionable information, action, for you to take action. Not just for your boss, for the sake of like looking good, but what decision making you really want to make with this data. Okay, we actually do a lot of data planning using Auto CDE before people, our client get on it. So it's the digital trust, okay? So because everybody really work on the same platform, okay? Of course, there's a learning curve for that, yeah. It takes time to ask people, try to switch from multiple CDE, like, or at least from email on Auto CDE, but it takes time, yeah? But it works, at least for our current client. So currently, 3 step, so AI, we got our engine that can help our client to quickly turn the data into BIM format. And also, we got our own viewer as well. So that means you can do all the discussion, measurements, clash detection, all this on the same platform. And one thing we develop heavily now is the carbon management, yeah. We really tell the client the Anime concept. The next construction site, as I use it as an example, if my president wanted to be net carbon zero by 2050, we talk to them now. We talk to the required stakeholder, what data you really want at the end. Then we work backwards to standardize the data structure, to standardize the process, to standardize the workflow, making sure the data planning is correct in day one. Okay? So lots of metrics planning in between, okay? So, so this is the automation. So just try to turn the CAD drawing into BIM automatically. With AI, you can do so many things, yeah, including now here, if you can really scope the area, you can actually tell how much carbon you are generating or how much carbon you can actually reduce with a different design scenario, yeah. It's all doable, but it's something you really want. Is this the real data you really want it, okay? Not just for the client, but for us as a professional. So BIM Viewer, we'll not spend too much time on it, okay? Our client heavily use it, okay? So, so all the discipline work on the same page, okay? But we still got clients just try to work backwards, just try to turn the 3D into 2D as well. It's all fine, but making sure the CAD data 2D environment synchronized with the 3D environment, yeah. We don't want the multiverse up here. We just want a single verse, okay? We just want a single source. So I will skip to this company maturity. Yeah. So here, wow, this is actually my office building. Yeah. So we are also actually, you know, developing digital twin here. So as you can see, the office down to the chili plant, you can see all the energy and carbon data as well. Yeah. So right-hand side, so these are all the target we want to offset for the client. Okay. For example, like in this quarter or this year, we want to reduce 20 or 30%. Yeah. We set the target and work backwards. You know, how we can actually help our operator to achieve that. Okay. So behind the scene, so there's lots of metrics behind. Okay. For example, we take reference from past 2080. Okay. We also take ISO 14064. So these standards are all about carbon management, greenhouse gas emission, okay? And also the SDG goal as well, that 14, 17 goals, you know. So there's so many formulas or metrics you can bring into the platform. But ask the client first, is it something you want to visualize at the end? Your operator. This is something you want to generate as a high quality data set in day one. And then we use AutoCD to plan it for the client to collect it in day one. I never call it as a digital twin. I don't call it as a digital twin. I really call it is really as a data planning for a smart asset, for a better asset for the client. Okay? But until we got a standard, common understanding on what digital twin mean, I would call it as a digital twin. I don't myself call it as a digital twin, okay? We need a consensus to build up. That's the standard. This is the way that we want to build together. So that's the benefits, yeah. With AI, I think, I don't want to like overcomplicated things, you know. It's really about time saving, okay? I don't need to explain ChatGPT how much time save you guys on writing things now. It saves a lot of time, okay? Sometimes I try to compete with ChatGPT, you know. I write something and then ask him, well, he writes better things than me. I lost. Okay? It's a good race, but I mean, but at the same time, just try to do the racing with AI as well. You got to improve yourself as well, okay? You need to innovate as a human being. But anyway, time saving and also construction and operation, yeah, we do have cases now can showcase saving around 30 and 40% operating costs for our client with a platform like this, you know. One clear benefit is actually we help client not using multiple systems, okay? One system, but doing really many things at the same time. That's very important. So, training, my last bit, yeah, still staying in the university because I do think the future is our next generation. Even now, we got a digital silo. I'm sure someone in the future will tell us the answer. We won't work on digital silos anymore. This is the only one single platform we work on it together. This is what a digital twin looks like, yeah. So a bit of promotion, okay? So we also have a course now called DMBA, Digital Management of Built Asset, okay? Very fancy name, okay? DMBA, yeah. You got both DBA and MBA at the same time, okay? So we really want to train future leaders, yeah. So if you have colleagues, friends really have an interest to define this or resolve the digital silos together, yeah, to make our asset last longer, please tell them to join the course, yeah. So thank you so much, okay? That's the end of my talk. I hope you can take something out of it, yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Engineer Dr. Tang. Now let us invite Mr. James Thompson, Head of Digital of Gammon Construction Limited, to the stage. The topic of his speech today is on the future of construction, how data-driven innovations will shape the industry. Mr. Thompson, please.
Afternoon, everybody. Okay, so good afternoon. What is digital? I think everything we're doing today is digital. I don't think it's a different topic or a different thing. And I think if anybody in here is wearing an Apple Watch or a Garmin watch, you're already in your own digital silo anyway. So today what I'm going to do is just run through where Hong Kong is and then what the top 10 trends are, essentially, what we see in construction in terms of the biggest innovative value areas. So firstly, big thank you to BSI. I was fortunate enough to join them in Dubai last year, or the end of last year, on their annual summit. Really interesting to see the differences between the Middle East and Hong Kong. Actually, the scale of the projects Llewellyn talked about a second ago is pretty staggering in the Middle East. But in Hong Kong, we've got our own challenges, actually. And it's a golden era in Hong Kong at the minute for construction. So what we're seeing is that the GDP for construction will increase by 25%, whilst we've got a brain drain essentially in the industry. So people are leaving the industry. At the same time, government is investing more and more into infrastructure. And what we see is that on the right-hand side is these are all of the areas where Hong Kong is investing infrastructure and projects into the region. So really, this is a golden era of construction in Hong Kong. Another angle to look at it is from a geopolitical one, or geoeconomic. And I think a lot of the time, we're proud to be Hong Kong. But just over the border from Hong Kong is far more scale than we're doing in Hong Kong. Also, the investment which China is putting into research and development, in some cases, is 5 times greater than in Hong Kong. So if that's the case, they're potentially moving 5 times faster. They've got significantly more projects to demonstrate the capability on, so a lot more experience. So really, although we've got a lot of construction projects, actually we need to look for support and build partnerships in that Greater Bay. But in the policy address, it was quite clear that we need to focus on high efficiency construction. So that could be modular integrated construction, or MIC. It could be DFMA or kits of parts. But essentially, we need to really focus on how we do the physical construction, not just focus on the digital construction. So this is really how we need to change that process of the physical construction. So coming back to digital, these are the top 10 trends, essentially, that we see as being big bangs for us. Obviously, we've talked a lot about BIM, and I think there's a lot of confusion around what BIM is, whether it's an information exchange process or whether it's a 3D model. I think everyone's got their own interpretation. But I think ultimately, all of these are enablers for us to build a physical asset. They're not here to do our work for us. They're only as good as the data that we put into them. But there are some technologies I'll touch on in a second, which are there. Also, in recent years, there's been 4 big drivers from government, from Development Bureau. There's been DWSS. I think we can all agree that's been a big step change for the on-site operation, digitizing the work safety supervision. Then also BIM. So although Hong Kong was a late adopter of BIM compared to the UK, I think still there's a difference in understanding between the UK and Hong Kong, and whether the UK's understanding potentially might benefit from some of the Hong Kong's understanding around those 20 BIM users. Then there was harmonization, so using GIS and BIM together. I think that's something still we're pretty weak on in Hong Kong. But in order to manage portfolios of projects and smart cities, you do need that. And then just recently is the 4S platform. I can see some other contractors in here as well, who I'm sure have got their own 4S platform. But really, when we're talking about digital twins, this is one of the key pieces of legislation for Hong Kong in terms of that digital twin platform. But it's not just the government who are pushing all of these items and all of these digital transformations. The private sector clients are pushing equally as hard, whether it's the Swires, the Hong Kong Lands, they're all pushing for this in the same direction. So these are foundational, on top of what we've talked about with ISO 19650 and others, but these directly affect us in Hong Kong. So ESG, I think when we talk about ESG, we focus a lot on carbon, and actually Gammon is pretty focused on driving carbon reduction across Scope 1, Scope 2, and Scope 3. And actually, if you look, last week we just published our sustainability report, and in there we made some pretty bold commitments to science-based targets. So please have a look at that. But actually about the workforce, I think the diversity and inclusion of our workforce is extremely important. High-performing teams are always mixed, not only mixed genders, but mixed generations, mixed backgrounds. We're transitioning. energy from diesel generation through to electrification. But also safety is a huge problem for construction even still. Nearly 30 people lost their lives in construction last year. It's completely unacceptable. So we have to do more with our people, maybe less focus on digital in some aspects. So construction is an evolutionary journey. I'm not going to be able to turn a switch on at the end of one evening and we're digital and we're AI tomorrow. It's an evolutionary journey. But here's the top 10, I think, that are all pretty interesting. So I know Matt is in the room from KB Quest. But actually, we had Microsoft in last week. And we talk a lot about ChatGPT, but actually OpenAI is the big component of this. And it's the partnership between Microsoft and OpenAI. So there's just 4 items from OpenAI on there. So GPT-4, which I think everyone's using to write their reports. The big change is actually the Codex one, though. So originally, we pay smart people to write code to develop platforms. Actually, now we can ask questions to develop code. So you don't need to be a digital person to do that. So that's probably the biggest step change. And then the one I'm most excited about is DALL-E. So at the minute, we use this for creating images or marketing campaigns. But actually, imagine if you could use this for drawing generation. Imagine if you could use this for 3D modeling. This is really the next generation, and this will happen over the next 2 to 3 years. You'll see this will be implemented into many, many pieces of software. And just some headline uses for each of them. You know, who in here gets paid to write reports? I think we can all agree that ChatGPT now, unfortunately, Llewellyn, you can't beat that race with the best will in the world. And then I think the other argument is, oh, well, it's just general AI. It'll never come to my industry. So actually, this is in Hong Kong. Matt's sat over there. I'm sure he can expand a bit more on it. But KV Quest are already using ChatGPT to generate and actually enhance the BIM experience. So these technologies are starting to penetrate our own industry nowadays. The second one, I've called it linkage between 2D and 3D, but as a contractor, we still receive drawings that don't match BIM models. But actually, the accountability of fixing the issues that are inside the model, we just focus on clash detection. But this is actually one of our projects. It's the Terminal 2 project. And here, all of that information, so we don't mark things up in PowerPoint anymore. We don't use one CDE and another CDE for doing things. We actually use this, and all of the different data sources connect into this platform. And no matter what, whether you want to view it on a drawing or view it on a model, all of that information's saved and stored, and essentially we can view that over time. All the reporting, all the clash reporting is automatic, so we don't have to produce a clash report on a Friday like we always used to get paid to do. And now all of that PDF generation is automatic. The cool thing is as well is that actually that bubble there can have lots of pieces of data for it. And the next use case I'll come on to is actually using this platform is connecting the frontline workforce. So the frontline now can access all this information, and you can use it for different things. So not only are you adding information into the BIM model in the office, now you're starting to add the as-constructed data into the model, whether it's a photo, a scan, back into there. So this is really using the data from the office, connecting the frontline workforce using a mobile device, and then having a single source of truth on site and in your office, essentially. So we're using this to quite good effect at the minute. Another area which doesn't get talked about in digitalization quite a lot is around project controls. So we plan things using P6. Actually, Oracle are now starting to take a step back from P6. So you'll start to see this intelligent construction cloud coming a lot on your projects, connecting commercial data, planning data, and actually model data to predict trends in the future. So we've got the BIM data. Now we're on site and we're physically doing the construction. So these are some of Hong Kong's largest construction modules. I think each one weighs over 500 tons. And actually, we have to jack these up into position. So we need to manage the deflection of the steel work, essentially. So what we do is we go out and we mobile scan with a laser, and essentially we can automatically compare the tolerances. So this operation to scan all of these members here would typically take about a month per module, but we've managed to do it in about 6 hours using the technology. So this is really the power of the technology and how we can use AI to automatically do the deviation checking between scanning data and BIM data. Another really interesting use case is, forgetting the laser scanning, is how do we use video technology to compare what we should have done versus what we actually have done in terms of progress. So this is a product called BuildDots. They're a startup. And actually what it does is it uses video footage. A site engineer walks up and down the building on a weekly basis. And these are the metrics which we track in terms of completion. So we can automatically verify what's been completed using the BIM model, using the construction program, and then using video data, essentially. So no more filling in sheets to fill in a percentage complete. Actually, we can use AI to do that. So here, for instance, is an air handling unit. You can see here that it has been captured. It's green, but there where the dot is red, it hasn't been captured on the last capture. So there's lots of useful use cases for this. Another way we use it is for the supply chain, is to measure the performance. So a lot of the arguments are around areas not being released so they can work in particular places. So now we can see the trade-by-trade handover in real time, essentially. So you can see here it's doing snagging. So on this particular project, there was more than 4,000 snags. But actually, we can see, even a plug socket being put in the wrong position, essentially. So that would be very difficult to do with a person and a camera, essentially. We talk about asset. What is an asset? I think is the argument nowadays. On this particular project, the T2 project, we have 5 million assets with 14 different pieces of data. So if somebody was to fill that in, a group of 10 people, it would take them 5 years to do it. Impossible. So we need to use smarter ways to do it. So this is one of the tools we use. But you can see we can't just use one data source. We can't just use that single source. We have to connect multiple data sources to it in order to get these values. So moving from that 2 to 3 years for 10 people is now down to about a year for about 6 people, essentially. So small savings, but big asset data is something we're weakest in, I would say, in Hong Kong. Another big shift, you'll hear me use this word productization. So high efficiency construction can't be done without productization. And actually that's the convergence between construction and manufacturing. So the skill sets you need to construct a project are not the skill sets you need to construct a module. So we need to move from construction to production. So we have a project on actually with Autodesk, but you'll see even Autodesk now are starting to connect manufacturing and construction technologies together. And when we're talking about productization, high efficiency construction, MIC, you can't have any of them without this kind of PLM process, which is there. So essentially it's like trying to do BIM without a CDE, essentially. So here's an example of us doing it. So this is just a very simple MI/MEP module. We actually use Inventor, so that's not a commonly used construction software. And here what we do is we start with a component which has already gone through a production process, so all the bill of materials, the shop drawings are automatically produced, and we can bring that into Revit essentially to do the coordination. But all of the information, this knows it's a unistrut, it knows that it's the particular size, and it knows that we can procure it from these particular manufacturers. So IoT. In Gammon, we use a lot of IoT. Actually, we have a separate business in Gammon called Digital G, which brings in a lot of partner organizations into the business. And these are the areas of IoT which we think are the most valuable for our construction sites. So anything from tower crane safety through to concrete sensing. They're all things which people are looking at. And not only sensors on the equipment, sensors embedded in the materials, also sensors on the workers, so the wearables, the smart helmets. They're all things that we need to manage. But can you imagine if you have 40 different types of sensors, you'd have 40 different types of platforms, right? So I'll touch on that in a second. Carbon reduction. Gammon was one of the original investors in Amped Energy. So this is an example which we're seeing now of where that technology is starting to get smaller. So now we can power 2 tower cranes with one entertainer. And actually now Hong Kong should be proud because Hong Kong developed the technology and now that's being distributed to the UK. So not only do we take that, we also give back. And you'll see recently that we just signed off that we'll be using electrified mobile crawler cranes from now on. So we'll be electrifying all of our plant and equipment in order to hit that ambitious science-based target. Digital twin, sorry, Llewellyn. So digital twin, so this is our digital twin platform. We call it the G-Twin. For us, it overcomes some really, really simple problems like where are our projects? How many projects do we have? What's the description of this project or what's the contract value? Something so simple can be quite difficult to find out the information, especially in a large organization. So here what we can do is we've connected GIS with the BIM data essentially to geolocate everything. And now actually what we can do is we can take in whether it's visualizations, weather data, BIM data from BIM 360 or ACC. We can connect that into this platform, which is built on Esri essentially. There's lots of other uses for it, which we'll touch on in a second. This is our, one of the projects with Swire. But really what we're trying to do is we're trying to connect different data sources into one place. So we don't want people going to 40 different places to view different sensor data. We want to see all of that overlaid in a really simple platform, which we can use here. So here's a modular construction sequence. So we can see which modules, this is using the BIM model for a different purpose, which modules go in which order and which floor plate. And we can actually see the production rate of those. So we can see how many modules are produced per floor, and that's linked to the construction program. So using different angles, different data, but connected together can give you some really interesting insights. This video is very long, so I'll skip it in the interest of time. UAV, so drones. So this is technology which I'm sure everybody's got their own personal drone nowadays, but actually we use it commercially in Gammon to assess the progress. But actually we find it's a really good record-keeping device actually for us. So we can see what the progress is, but also see if anything's changed. We can do some rough measurements, so we can do dimensions, stop somebody going out on site, do the dimensions remotely. And then we can do comparisons between what it looked like at certain points in time. We can do that inside the platform. We can also, if anybody's a contractor here, I'm sure you've used PowerPoint to position the temporary works on a PowerPoint. Actually now we can do all that inside of here. So we can put the mobile barriers, we can put the fatal zones, all inside the platform. And here you can see it's looking at elevation profiles, actually. All of the data is not very good because there seems to be a big steep incline there. So method statements I just talked about a second ago. So positioning of plant and equipment, choosing from a library of things we typically do. We can position all of that inside of it. So there's lots of use cases, but you can see here that this is one platform that uses more than 50 different data sets, essentially, to power it. So just to end, construction's a very complex thing, and we're building physical things, but now the value is also in the digital asset. We think the impact actually is in the CapEx and the OpEx, and now the carbon. But actually the impact's on us. We have to change, and I've talked about not just BIM, not just planning, not just operation. We talked about each of those 6 fundamental stages where digitalization is coming to change that part of the sector. So I think we need to be embracing it, and I think it's a really exciting time. We've got a lot of projects coming up in Hong Kong. There's more than enough work for everybody to go around, and it's an exciting time for people to get involved in the changing industry, and partners like BSI will help us develop those standards on this evolving industry. So thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson. Please take a seat. We'll have a break now. Coffees are served outside. The next session will resume at 3. Thank you, everyone.
Wait.
Welcome back. We have now come to the signing ceremony of Memorandum of Understanding. May I invite Mr. Michael Lam and engineer Dr. Llewellyn Tang to the stage. May Mr. Lam and engineer Dr. Tang please sign the memorandum. Now please exchange the memorandum for another signature. May Mr. Lam and engineer Dr. Tang please take a photo with the memorandum. Thank you, Mr. Lam and engineer Dr. Tang. Please take a seat. May I now invite Dr. Lanson Lee, the R&D Project Chief Engineer on National Industrial Internet BIM platform, to deliver a speech on the role of data sharing and collaboration in achieving smart cities and sustainable communities. Dr. Lee, please.
Okay, great. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Lanson Lee here, and I'll do some sharing about the data sharing. And thanks for BSI for the invitation here, and also Hong Kong U to host such a great event. The topic about sharing, like what I'm sharing right now, is talking about the role of data sharing and collaboration in achieving smart cities and sustainable communities. It's a long title. Let's see what's going on. All right, I work a lot in mainland China, in Beijing, and work with the central government to support the policy setups and the industry applications. First of all, I always quote some government statements here. What's the strategy here? It's a long strategy here. I quote something: smart cities, new technology, accelerate, some keywords, and usually it's set by the government and let the industries and companies to roll out the implementation plan to actually do it for their individual purposes. Everything has a target. Different country, different region has different targets as well. For China here, we talk about high quality development. The second one I like it really much is called balancing the development of population, resources, facilities, and services in cities. Many cities in a country, like cities in Hong Kong or Beijing, the tier 1 cities, has a big difference, or tier 2, tier 3 cities. The balancing of it is the headache of the government. Otherwise, if you don't do it, people will rush to the city and not staying in the underdeveloped places. From the policy aspect, it's extremely important here. The last one, applying technology to develop a new ecosystems. Technology is the enabler to let the smart city to really become a reality. Let's talk about it on the following slides. The definition of smart cities. There's many definitions here. In China right now, there's around 42 standards about smart cities. but I always quote the international standards called the ISO standards 37101. We talk about 4 key areas. The digital technology is on the first step. It's about how we're smart. Smart without technology is not that smart. It's a human being smart. And then multi-collaboration is citizen-centric and integration management. Following these 4 aspects here, we can do the development of the smart cities in different places, different countries. I quote another ISO standard here. It talk about the development of smart cities. There's many smart words here, from mobilization, people, environment, government livings, and economics. Different places are managed by different departments from governments and managed by different technology and companies to support it. Let me move that around. The collaboration is important. If we can connect them all together, we need something we call data. Only data can really communicate with all these different aspects. It's not about the talking, not about the policies. The data is the things that we cannot change. It's real. The data can be trusted. And the data here, I call it data with technology. It's not the data coming from your mindset. It should be a data with technology to collect, to be used, and can be distributed to different parties and can be used. And the key element of a city of the building, because the topic of today is more talk about the building industries and how we can support it. Without a building, we cannot build a city. So without the smart building here, we cannot set up the smart cities and don't talk about sustainability. So in the buildings here, we can do a lot of things to make it become realities. A building inside is quite like a city. I quote again these 6 different characteristics about smart cities, from mobilities down to governments. When we talk about buildings here, we talk about traffics, management. They talk about how we move the people, how we do the livings here, how to do the environment set up to let the building more comfortable. The shoppers experience talk about the people, operations equaling the economies, and building management talk about the governments. Each small building is a small city. If you make each building smart, then our city can be smart from ground zero. So that is an interesting standpoint of my research here. We not only talk about what we usually see, talk about a big city here, traffic moving around, people moving around. I look at the small buildings here to connect them all together. From city infrastructure, as I say, we talk about digital transformation, how we make the buildings more smart. And then on top of it, we have called a smart buildings asset management. Once a building is completed, put to use, we need to connect that with the city and let the smart building become part of the smart city. For that, we need data. We need trustful data. If the data is rubbish, I believe your smart cities cannot be achieved. All right, let me go to the technology perspective here. Where's the data? How we collect the data? And there's a term called CIM, City Information Modeling. My understanding is more a combination about GIS, BIM, IoT, AI, and more. The formula is always developing as our knowledge. So we talk about it, how we integrate everything through the data to connect all the informations together. Some of the examples I talk about it, I work with some companies in the industry to manage the data and multiple mega companies here. Of course, we need a full view of the data. So GIS is important as the foundation of all this data to make the city sustainable. And this is one of the companies I work for, and all their projects across the whole China. So projects with true location On the right side here is extremely important here, like what the Gavin shared with you. We need to know exactly where's the data. The screenshot here is only an overview. In the system here, you can drill down to the exact location with the cities, regions, and district. And I want the data can be visualized. And because we collect all the trustful data here, we watch the data, we use the data here, we can use a different chart, different ways to display the trustful data. In this example here, I talk about the passenger flow analysis. All the shopping malls here showing on this chart here, we talk about how many people visit our chart. We can compare data with the location, and all the data now become live. It's not about the boring Excel table. It's with location, with different ways to explain, so that the non-professionals can understand the data and can be trusted. Compared to the traditional view here, right here on the corner here, it's quite different. You can see the difference. Some more examples here. I talk about the integration about our buildings into the cities. For GIS here, I can collect lots of data. Some data are from the government, some are from our suppliers here. Because a building, when we go doing the initial design, you need to understand what's around the buildings here. So we analyze what the city planning, the market, the people, and the populations around it. All this number actually is already available from lots of government websites. They are opened. You can use this data and become your own properties. But how you can connect that data with your company's daily operation, you need some technology. You have to use this platform, whatever software platforms, to let the data be visualized. Unless I give you 100 Excel tables here, it's useless actually. But once you put it with the heat map, you can identify where I should develop very quickly. And this number changes because we have a good connection, collaboration with the government. We can refresh the data every month, and we know how people changed. With like Gammon here, we want to put our design into a location here with the GIS. So in the middle here, this is one of our projects here. Our designers designed it, put it into GIS. We can visualize that building, do a simulation to do what's going on. If we put a building here, what's the impact to the neighborhood? And let this building emerge to the cities here. And it's really helpful here for top management to make a decision. Is this building looking good or not? And when we present this project to the government, local government, the government officers, usually they are not professional architects. They can understand really quickly saying, this building looks good or not, and do you want to change it or not? We can do quite lots of things here. The real things here is that during construction here, same as Gammon here, we use drones to scan the whole building because it's like a mega project here. We scan it every 3 months here to try to capture the data and let this data store on the server and can be used for a long term. It looks great, but how can we use this drone data for our production to generate benefits to an individual company or the governments? Let me take a look. We capture all the simulations here. For example, that is captured in June 2021. This is on October operations. You can see the big difference on the left side and right side. Some of the sites are still under construction. Some of them are already completed. And we can compare with the BIM model to see the actual process. And this data will store on our server forever. You can always go back and check what's going on at that day, and this data is trustful. It's rather than a report written by the local project manager saying, hey, the project looks great, the progress is great, but how great is it? We use drones to capture it. We also have the videos, pictures inside to let this data become a readable data, editable data for the whole people. And some of the examples here, Let me see. Right, if you zoom in here, you can see garbage on the roof. This is some of the practical usage of this drone data. And usually for the companies here, we have a team of people flying to all the projects across China to find out is any problems of a project. For now, with the drones, with the 3D, with the data here, they can sit in the office here to check all the projects across China. To do a drone scanning here, it costs us around 10 to 20,000 RMBs here. It's not that expensive. But if you ask people, a team of people to fly to the place, the travel expense is already overrun the technology we use. The ROI of the scanning, the drones, the data, actually can generate benefits. So we can convince the top management to invest a lot on this technology here to let a SIM platform to store the data of what we are doing here. All right, I talk about the GIST here, BEAM here. I talk about the IoT, green, sustainable. Let's see. Each project here, because the different locations here, I want to know firstly the energy consumptions. Before it's all the data is collected by these projects and come back to the main server here for the usage here. Now we put it on the map. We visualize the data. We can visualize that project by project. And we can also go to the BIM area to see different floors, different locations, different shops, how their energy consumptions. If you find out in the same area, one shop has a higher energy consumption than the shop next to it, it might be has an issue here. Then we can go from a higher level down to the ground here to check, are you running well? Are you not doing good? And we also set a target for sustainable, the green, and the progress. We capture all the data here. First, let's explain it, because China is quite big. In the north of China, we have heating. In South China, the consumption is more about the cooling systems. We set different targets for different companies, or different projects. So different project has an annual energy consumption level. If you can reach that level, we can give them a bonus. So by using this data here, we can quickly identify in the cold area, in the hot area, your energy consumptions per square meters and all the data. And this data is all coming live from our IoT sensors. IoT sensors collect all the data back to our main server, and we can represent the data on a more visualized format and let the people to decide what's going on. And we can compare projects. You can do lots of different charts here, put it on the GIS systems, and we can manage so many projects in a more efficient way. And we have the targets here, as I explained some Chinese here. We talk about the annual consumptions here from 2021 to 2025. What's the target? What's the trend? With all this real number, the trustful number, we can set the correct target, correct KPI for our team to let the project run green and become a sustainable project and save money, of course, for the operators. All right, we talk about a little bit about AI. I talk about it a little bit means the AI is not that implemented really in a mature situation, but we try a couple of things. First of all, we collect the real-time population movements. And this data is coming from the government. We signed some agreement with the local governments to let them share the data with us. So we know for the projects here, our projects here, the populations around it. We know where the people are coming from. We know the ratios of male, female, children, old people, their income level. We cannot go down to the specific person, but we can go to the ratio and percentage. And that's the limit the government can share with us because they believe that number is no harming to anybody, is not avoiding any privacy policies. So we connect that with our own passenger traffic flows here. We can compare if the people is more moving around from here, then for example, our main gate, the entrance, should be open on that way with the traffic designs. And that can help us to adjust our designs, to adjust our, for example, the weekend event, where should I hold it? And a lot of things can be do for our projects. All right, on the AI here, I cannot show too much here. We can show the rent analysis. We can not only our projects, what is the rental cost around our buildings here. I know the market situations here. The people, the populations I talk about, the parking requirements here. We talk to the traffic departments here because they have all the parking space around our building in the cities. They know it. They share with us, we know, do we have enough capacity for parkings? So this is the parking for Shenzhen projects here, how many parking slots are public parking spots, and that can help us to design a more reasonable parking slots here. On the right side here is more simulation here. We collect the movement of the people here to simulate their movements. We use some new technology together with universities to find out the red zone. Usually we call it the hot area. People usually go to that place, and the cold place is in green. So people usually they are not willing to go. Then we can differentiate the price of our rental, and using some formulas, we tried it out to learn from the data and generate our own data. Because we have so many projects, we are running, the company is running around close to 500 projects. So we have enough data, big data, to do this analysis and simulation. The data is trustful, so we can use that. We talk about buildings, cities, how we connect it into each other. Can we benefit the governments, or the governments can help us to run our project better? We talk about disasters management. So the governments talk about the risk. We have natural disasters, public health issues, social security, accidents here. The government already set up a broad view of the whole city. They have the systems. They have a huge screen in their city management locations here in all countries. Basically in China, they have these offices. And by connect with the governments, we know all these emergency places around our building. And when the governments are looking at our project, they can evaluate automatically to see if that building is a threat to the emergency policies, or is it helping us to build up more of these control areas and let the cities to build when we have a new project moving in. All right, for public health here, 2-3 years ago, it's really critical in China. The government set up a COVID-19 situation, COVID-19 map. So we also connect with it. We know for our project here, do we have a confirmed case nearby? Then we know if we should close our shops, do we need to close our projects here, and what action should we take? And then we can have an early alarm to the management to take proper actions. It's not only about COVID-19, it can be a lot more for public health. Flooding is one of the cases we are using, connect with the government. The government is always afraid of these natural disasters. So usually like Shenzhen, they have a flooding map. If they have put lots of sensors into the roads, tunnels, to avoid this flooding, and once there's a flooding alarm, they put it to the GIS systems. And then we connect with them. We connect these flooding systems and with our projects here. And we know if there's a project, our project nearby, we got a flooding here, what actions our managements, our local companies, we should do to against the flooding. What shall we do here? Like if in that case, shall we close the shops? Will we block our underground parking lot? Are we actions enough to prevent these actions here, and then we can do lots of exercise, simulations ahead of time before the actual flooding is coming. So if we are winning of time, the timing is important here. Even half an hour's early warning, we can do a lot of things to make our buildings safe. In some of the countries here, there's a real case that there's an emergency, strong winds coming in, and our buildings here become a shelter for the people nearby, and people are all moving to our buildings to avoid this disaster, avoid any damages to themselves. And there's a government news, there's a news on it. I can share that if you are interested on it. All right, some of the cases I share with you and talk about a smart city and sustainable standards is necessary. When talk about standards here, the companies here, I talk about running so many projects across whole China, maybe across the whole world. We need a unique standard to make sure everything's are using the right technology, and the things can be reused again, reuse again. That's we call sustainability. And that's why we work with BSI. We learn a lot from BSI here, and BSI here share with us so many ISO standards at the time we cooperate with them. We talk about the BEAM standards, we talk about the smart city standards, and then eventually we started to combine a couple of standards to become our own usage and run the certifications. We talk about the strategies on top. We talk about how we should change our management methods, and also go down to the technical level to let it become real. And this is combination of different standards here to let this standard become real. The companies get a huge benefit of it, even though we are not certified by all the standards offered by BSI or the ISO organization here. But the mindset changed a lot because we can think in the right way, the right direction, and become a good, sustainable development. Of course, eventually the company got a ISO certification issued by BSI, and this sustainable targets here, these 6 targets here, is written in the ISO standard. Attractiveness from environment, resilience, well-being, whatever, now become an unchangeable mindset when we develop a project, when we connect it with the cities become smart. And even individual departments within an organization is now think of it, how we can become more resilient against any uncertainties in the future. Looking forward about the data, how we can trust the data. Without the data, we cannot talk about smart. We cannot talk about sustainable development here. So firstly, we should be able to see the data. To see the data, we need to collect the data and can visualize the data, not a boring number. And next step here, we can do an analysis of data. We talk about integration, and if we have enough data, we can have a big data analysis for different projects, at different places, different data sources. The last one here, I use forecast. AI, I use the word AI support. I cannot imagine the future of AI, but at this stage, I would say AI can be a supporting role to help us to make our management decisions. We cannot trust AI 100%, but 10% of the AI calculation, I believe, can be used for our simulations. So without the 2 steps here, the last step here is impossible. So data become a really important role here for our simulation and actual project running. All right, so that's what I'm going to share today. Talk about the role of data sharing. It's talk about the sharing about a building and the cities, the data within the building, data between governments and enterprise and individual departments. So I believe that is a really important aspect to achieving smart cities and sustainable communities. All right, thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Lee. Moving on, may I invite Mr. Wan Yang, Head of Sustainability Solutions, APAC BSI, for a sharing on achieving sustainability goals in the construction industry by standardizations. Mr. Yang, please.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. All right, sorry. Good afternoon, everyone. Very honored to speak over here because I'm the sustainability guy. So my presentation will more focus on carbon, net zero. Okay, so first of all, let me introduce myself a little bit. I'm the head at BSI for the Asia Pacific Sustainability Solutions. Okay, so basically I'm covering 13 markets across the Asia Pacific, including Hong Kong. You know, I'm not an expert in architecture, but have been working on environment protection, energy efficiency, and climate change for more than 20 years. So this is basically, you know, my previous job was at the United Nations Development Program, you know, working on SDGs in China and also across the Asia Pacific. So here for today, I will focus on 4 areas. First, I will share with you what are net zero buildings and why do we need them. The second part, I will share with you my thinking about the trend for green buildings and also standards, why standard can help. And last, I will share with you some of our ideas, BSI solutions, contributions to help you to achieve net zero building, okay? So the first part, you know, what are the net zero buildings, right? We are talking about net zero carbon buildings here and there. We see a lot of media coverage about net zero carbon buildings, but what are they? And why do we need them at all, right? So the first time I touched upon green buildings was back in 2008. I worked with South China University of Technology in Guangzhou on a project in Shenzhen. It's a green roof project that was 15 years ago. Okay, so the green roof project was built on a dormitory building of Foxconn in Shenzhen, in Guanlan. We achieved the following results, outcomes. So first, improve the building energy efficiency, right? So because the green roof can cool the building, so they do not have to use a lot air conditioning, so we can save energy. Second, we helped to lower urban air temperatures and mitigate the heat island effect. And also, the green roof can absorb rainwater and provide insulation, provide a more pleasing landscape, and provide a rainwater buffer. So that's the exact outcomes green roof can provide it. So that was 15 years ago. Now I'm standing here to share with you my thinking about what's happening right now, and also what has happened in the past 10 years. And I will share with you my views about the future. Evolution of the green building. So in the past 10 years, in the past, we have in the past, in those years when we talk about green building, we more focused on operational performance, right, and also environmental design. That's back in like 2010, 2008, those years. Nowadays, in the past 10 years, as many of the speakers already shared with you that we have been, right? We have digitalization. We have smart and sustainable, the two terms, now begin to come together, okay? And also we have a resilient design for the buildings. So that's exactly what's happening in the past 10 years. In the next 10 years to come, so my feeling is that net zero carbon building will become a new fashion, become a new trend. I will share with you why we need net zero carbon building. And zero embodied emission needs to be considered. So what is embodied emission of buildings? So there are two terms. One is operational emission. The other one is embodied emission. So operational emission only comes out, only emitted when your building is in use. For example, the electricity you use for your AC, for your light, but the embodied emission mainly comes from, for example, the materials, the construction materials, when they were transported, they were manufactured, right? So those are the embodied. Also, when the building comes to the end of the life, we need to demolish, decommission the building. So how are we going to recycle? How are we going to deal with the waste? So that's also generate emission. So that's embodied emission, all right? So in the next 10 years, I think AI, as many experts have already indicated, AI and deep digitalization will happen, and distributed renewable energy, right? Like the solar panels on the roof. I didn't see much in Hong Kong, but many other places, the rooftop PV are very, becoming more and more popular. And microgrids and vehicle-to-grid. Think about, your EVs. I don't know how many people you are driving EVs. When you park your EV in the parking lot, actually it is a battery, okay? It is a storage of electricity. Then if the EV can be connected to the grid, it can contribute the electricity back to the grid when there is a peak of consumption of the electricity in the day, okay? So that's the conception of V2G, okay? So those are, I just listed some of the measures we can reduce operational, carbon emission in a building, such as improvement of energy efficiency, installation of solar power panel, water recycling and waste management, etc. Okay, so that's very, people are more used to those measures already. I don't want to spend much time on this. And more importantly, I think this is the chart describing the life cycle of a building. Not just when the building is in use, we need to consider carbon emission. But also before that, we have the production of the materials, construction materials, for example, right? Including the extraction of the materials, like the iron ore, because you need iron steel to construct the building. But the extraction of iron ore and the production of the iron steel needs to be also considered because they also generate a lot of emission, okay? And the next phase is construction. And the third phase is use, operation, right? And the last phase is end of life. So how do you tackle with the waste? How do you recycle the residue resources? And some of the waste has to be, sent to landfill, so on and so forth. I think every phase of the life cycle is important. For example, the choice of construction materials affects almost every aspect of buildings' carbon footprint. The iron and steel industry accounts for 7.2% of global greenhouse gas emission, of which 55 goes to the built environment sector. Okay, so if we want to achieve net zero for building, so operational carbon and embodied carbon, when they put them together, it should be zero. So here is a picture, a very interesting picture I want to share with you. Why do we need net zero building? So you can see the list, the checklist over there. We can reduce emissions, we can optimize energy efficiency, better health and well-being, so on and so forth, right? We are told by experts, by people like me, that net zero buildings have multiple benefits, such and such, right? But what if it's a big hoax, I think, and we create better building for nothing? I'm not sure if there are people with such thinking in the audience today. I guess, I'm based in Beijing. I come from China. There are a few such non-believer of climate change. They don't think the climate change is really happening. They think it's probably a hoax. So I think it's very necessary for me to step back a little bit to explain why we should care about net zero and climate change. Okay, so here you see there are multiple impacts the climate change will cause to our planet, to our human society. Okay, Hong Kong and the greater Bay Area should be very, very concerned about climate change. Why? Because Hong Kong is very vulnerable to climate change. We will see sea level rise and more extreme weathers in Hong Kong if we don't take actions, right? And geographically, Hong Kong is prone to typhoon. Okay, I checked with my colleague. Every year we have 5 or 6 typhoons, right, in Hong Kong. But it's happening more frequently than before. And the rainfalls has been heavier than before, right? So I think the past years have shown that the intensity of these storms have increased. Here is a very short video I found very interesting. I want to share with you just 1 minute. Okay, the video will last 1 or 2 minutes.
It's getting harder to ignore the fact that we're heading into a new era of climate crisis. In the last year, cities worldwide have been hit with Can I change the screen? Oh, to this. Close what? Close the PowerPoint. Okay, maybe I click the link from the PPT. Will that work? Oh, okay, no problem. You click this. Oh, it doesn't work. Okay, never mind. Never mind. Okay, that's a very interesting video. I want to share with you about climate change, how climate change will have negative impacts on Hong Kong. So, yeah, okay. Anyway, I think the other reason for us to take actions for climate change, especially in Hong Kong, the BE sector contributes much to global climate change, accounting for approximately 37% of the total greenhouse gas emission in the world. Okay, so the emissions come from, as I said before, explained before, manufacturing of concrete, steel, aluminum, so on and so forth, used in the construction of buildings. These represent 6% of global emissions. Other materials like bricks and glasses accounts for like 2 to 4%. So altogether, the BE sector contributes 37% of the total global greenhouse gas emission. And here is the left chart. Basically the charts shows the progress towards net zero carbon building stock. So Because in places like Hong Kong, because we are in a city, more than 60% of our emission comes from building, right? We don't have many manufacturing. We don't have many, other, we don't have agriculture. So the building accounts for more than 60% at least greenhouse gas emission in Hong Kong. The other part comes from transportation. Okay, so so building to achieve zero carbon building, that's very important. So in the left chart shows the pathway to the goal of Paris Agreement, which is 100 points in terms of net zero buildings. The baseline year is 2015. And the dotted line is the target pathway, right? And the curve is the actual result. So the right chart zoom in the period between 2015 and 2021. You can see that we are far behind the target. For example, in the year of 2021, we were 9 points behind the actual target, right? So I think we are in a very critical period of time. We need to speed up to reduce carbon generated from building, especially in places like Hong Kong. The next, I will quickly share with you my thinking about the trend in the year of 2023 about sustainability in BE sector. So I think there are 5 trends. Okay, the first one is net zero energy, right? Second one is life cycle management. I have explained that. We need not only just to focus on the operational emission, but also the embodied emission. We need also take into account. And third, deeply digitalized. Our experts already explained that a lot. And the fourth is climate resilient. Buildings are nowadays need to be designed more, climate resilient than than before. And last is prefabricated modular buildings. So for prefabs, they are not only just for for efficiency, for higher efficiency, but also for more sustainable, more greener buildings, and more high quality buildings. So that will be also one of the trends in the year to come. Okay. Section number 3, I will share with you the standards contributing to net zero carbon emission in the BE sector. Okay. So what's the value of standards? At the end of the day, standards can bring us a lot of values. First, standards are a summary of best practices of the organizations in this world. So they collect the best practice, then formulate, synthesize into some pages of best practices, okay, which can give us guidance. And also with certification of standards, our credibility can be improved. Nowadays, I think many of you heard a lot about greenwashing, this term, right? Because this is, especially when we are promoting net zero and also sustainability, greenwashing has become a big problem. Especially in the past 3 years, we heard much about net zero, carbon neutrality, all those kind of things. But we need to dig into the details. What kind of actions they really take to achieve carbon neutrality, all right? And also the third-party certification and verification are extremely important than ever. So I think the certification against certain standards can give you credibility. Third, our government, have certain mandates for us to comply. So the certification against certain mandates or certain standards can help us better comply with government requirements and policies, laws, etc. And customer requirements. some customers, especially, they have a demand for more sustainable, more green products or services, right? So the certification against certain standards can provide confidence to your customers, right? And investors, especially companies, they are listed in Hong Kong Stock Exchange, in New York, in some European stock exchange, they have requirements for ESG, for your ESG performance. So the certification against certain ESG standards can help you, better, fulfill the requirements of your investors. Last, market access. Right? If you export your goods, products to, for example, like EU market, you need to fulfill certain standards. So those are the values of the standards and certification. So these are some of the survey results I collected. How companies, corporate leaders think about standards, why standards can help them. All right. And in the BE sector, we have a few standards. I just listed those standards for your reference. You see, in each phase of a building, there are multiple standards to support. I will highlight PAS 2080, which is carbon management for buildings and infrastructure, maybe later in my presentation. So this, there are, so for this chart, you see, currently in the BE sector, our two top priorities, number one is digitalization. The other one is decarbonization. So those two priorities are extremely important. I think, this is all our workshop, our forum is all about. You see, in the bottom, we have BEAM series standards as the smart layout, which can provide technical support to help us to achieve sustainable management, and at last to achieve net zero. Okay, so this is basically a framework how digitalization and net zero sustainability can work together. And behind them, what are the standards which can provide support? Okay. Last, BSI solution to help you to achieve net zero. So what is PAS 2080? We recently, we have just launched the updated standard certification service for PAS 2080. Just in May, we launched a new product, updated product, I think, right? So PAS 2080 is a standard for evaluating and managing whole life carbon in buildings and infrastructure, and provides guidelines for organizations working collaboratively towards carbon reduction goals, and also demonstrates contribution to net zero carbon by 2050. Okay, so this standard is applicable to at least I think 4 different stakeholder groups. First, asset owners and managers. Second, designers, constructors, and product material suppliers, your supply chain, right? So this standard is very, can add value to multiple stakeholders in our industry. And there are many challenges for BE practitioners to implement an effective carbon management system for buildings. So those are some of the challenges we have to achieve carbon net zero, okay? Such as lack of whole asset life cycle viewpoint, and how to engage all types of suppliers, And for example, too many different methods, tools to measure building emission, right? We have many challenges in our day-to-day work. So this standard can, I'm not saying past 2080 can solve all your pain points, but this standard, I think, is a milestone standard which can help you comprehensively address carbon emission of your buildings, of your work. Okay. Here are some tangible benefits you can expect from this standard. First, of course, because we are in a business world, we need to reduce cost, right, to achieve economic benefit first. So past 2080 verification promotes collaborative working. This helps you align process and offer enhanced service solutions through your supply chain, right? Plus reducing carbon and reduce cost. Win tenders. Demonstrating compliance to past 2080 not only separates you from competitors, but clearly establishes your commitment to carbon reduction and cost efficiency. So on and so forth, innovative and tackle climate change. I don't want to spend time on the details, but this standard has multiple benefits for you. Not only just the tangible economic benefits, but also in terms of climate change. And here is the a very simple description of the cycle, the journey for you to manage your carbon, to manage your carbon system. First, you need to understand your carbon footprint, right? You need to understand a building carbon footprint. Second, you need to set target, right? Then you need to manage your procurement, manage your suppliers, and also to collaborate with other stakeholders to reduce carbon. Then you take actions and need to monitor the progress and collect data for better decision making. Then you continuously improve your performance in terms of carbon emission. So it's a cycle. It's a cycle that it's easy for you to follow because we in my conversation with many of our clients, we feel that when they have done measure their carbon footprint, for example, they don't know what's next. When they reduce their carbon for a certain part of their building or certain part of their work, they don't know what next. So this chart gives you a very simple logic frame, how you start, then how you to do for next. All right, because my colleagues already, they introduced BSI, so I just want to make one point. I don't know whether you guys know this building. This is the Tower Bridge in London. The designer of this bridge is BSI's founder. Okay, so you can see that the point I want to make is BSI was founded starting from infrastructure, from building industry, right? So and this is also the tram trail. This is the first, I think, the standard developed by BSI to align London's tram track gauge. It's also in the building industry, right? So we started from the building industry, and after 100 years development, we expand in many areas of standards and assurance. So the last couple of words I want to say is, because I've heard quite a few news about the real estate market in the past couple of years. People are having a very hard time, especially for the business from mainland China, right? I think the whole business is in a transformation. China, I think, is still under rapid urbanization. Right? Our goal for urbanization by 2030 is 70%. Right now, we are a little above 60%. So I think there is a huge potential, huge space for infrastructure and building industry, right? But the question is, how are we going to grow? How are we going to grow? I think net zero buildings, green buildings, resilient buildings, whatever you call it, right, could be an important differentiator and label for your business. I hope we can all, take the chance to redefine our business. Okay. Thank you. That's the end of my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Wan. Please take a seat. May I now invite Mr. Liao Erdong, Director of Strategy and Industry Development, Huawei Digital Power, to come to the stage. The topic of his speech today is Digital Power, a key enabler of low-carbon city. Mr. Liao, please.
It's okay? Oh. It's my great honor to be the last speaker in this event. My name is Liao Dong, and my English name is Adam. Just call me Adam, please. I have been in Europe, worked in Huawei Europe for 8 years. And when I was in Europe, when I had some formal dinner with my customer or my colleague, the last dish is always okay. The last dish is always dessert, right? So I hope my session will make you feel sweet. Okay. Last dish. It's okay? The slide? 1 minute. Okay. Okay, we can free chat in 1 minute for another 1 minute. As we all know that the new energy, like Mr. Wang Yang said, new energy is a big trend in the future. And how we get to the low carbon, even reach to carbon neutrality, the solutions, the products, the thinkings can be multiple. Like Mr. Wang Yang already mentioned, can be distributed solar system, like each rooftop as a factory, as residential houses, as apartments, they can be installed full of the solar panels. And also we can encourage more electric vehicles, for example, instead of the current traditional petrol cars. And also the low carbon buildings, low carbon campuses can be another choice, right? So as we can make a convergence of all the previous, let's say, speakers' opinions that from building, from campuses, from districts, or of the perspective of all the low carbon cities, we can make this happen. And it's a long run. It's a long run. We all know that in the most of the countries, the carbon neutrality timeline is 2050, right? It's a long run. So today I will spend up. No, up. Yeah, up. Yeah, here. Finally, my self-introduction. Yeah. My name, Liao Dong, and my current position is the director of Huawei Digital Power Strategy and Development Department. I have been working Huawei for more than 13 years. As I previously mentioned, I spent 8 years in Europe and 5 years in headquarters. The controller, please. Yeah. This one? Yeah. Which one? And only for, okay, only this can control, right? Mm. And during my career in Huawei, I have worked in many fields, from telecommunication, digitalization, and now new energy and the infrastructure. No, it's not working. Uh-huh. Okay. Or maybe here? No. Moment. Okay, so this works. Okay. No. No. Only you can control, right? Okay, so previous one. Previous one. Previous one. No any controller? No power or this one? The network. I can control by this. How can I, yeah. How can I control by this?
Let me try again.
Okay. Cool. Finally, it's cool. Yeah. Sorry for the delay. Yeah. But anyway, I think today the time is loose. Okay. During my presentation, 3 parts. Part 1 is a brief overview of the low carbon society trend. Part 2 is how to enable the low carbon city by the technologies from Huawei. And part 3 is the case sharing of low carbon city campuses. Here we can see that if we look back to the human civilization development, they are driven by actually 2 streamlines of technology. One is for information technology. The other one is for energy technology. We can see that from agriculture to civilization to the industry civilization 1.0, 2.0 to now the information civilization. We all have different, let's say, characteristics of those technology lines. Currently, we are at here, the information technology developing to the computer and the mobile phone, mobile internet era. And the energy is at the transition from the traditional oil, gas to the future. Solar will be the mainstream of energy. Why? Because if we do not control the greenhouse gas emission from the ancient time to now, we will gradually lose our environment, our beautiful earth. I can share you with some information. The dinosaur age, the temperature is only 4 Celsius degree higher than now. And even at the ice age, it's only 6 Celsius degree lower than now. And where are we? Now, we already 1.2 Celsius degree higher than the time before industry civilization. And I think we all know about the Paris Agreement. The target of this agreement is to control the temperature increase below 1.5 Celsius degree. That means at the end of this century. That means we are limited of time, because in the coming 80 years, we only can increase 0.3 Celsius degree. That's why I mentioned now we are during the transition between the traditional energy and the new energy. And that's why digital power this business from Huawei to control, to try our best, control the increasing of temperature, and also we see it as a big business scope in the future. Why? That's our thinking of the 4 low carbon trends in the future. We can see that, sorry about the title, that must be 86%. 86% of the carbon emission comes from the power domain, 40 from power generation, 33 from the transportation, and another 23, and another 23 from the industry. How to control and reduce the carbon emission in the future, from our understanding, 4 trends and 4 solutions. First one, power generation decarbonization. That's from the source we control the carbon emission. Number 2, transportation electrification. I previously mentioned we try to transform the traditional petrol cars to the EVs, electric vehicles. Number 3 is the high efficiency of the power consumption. I think previously some speakers already shared about their experience of like low carbon building and the digital management platform of the campus district. I think from Dr. Liu, right? Yeah. And number 4, we call it multi-energy consumption. That means, especially in the cities, we will not rely on one source. Could be multi. Could be a diesel generator plus the traditional traditional electricity plus solar plus wind plus others. The multi-energy consumption can be comprehensively increase and promote the total efficiency of the low carbon city. Here is the first one. That means the source of the power generation. We see our target from now to carbon neutrality era is that around 2050, more than 90% power generation should be renewable energy. Among them, they are composed of solar, wind, and hydro. And we see solar business as the biggest growth from now. That's 10 to 20 times compared to now. That's why, as you all know that I'm the strategic director from Huawei. That's our strategy, this kind of business, because it cannot only reduce the carbon emission, but also it's a big business potential in the future. Okay. And number 2, transportation electrification. We see it as another big market, because do you know how many existing EVs now globally? it's 26 million, 26 million globally, all over the world. And do you know the plan 7 years later, around 2030? That's 300 million, 300 million. That means 10 times more of the market, let's say, market size. And if we look at the long run, around 2050, our estimated number of EV will be 2 billion. 2 billion. Okay, that's a huge market. Both of the EV and also, I have to mention, another big market is the charging network, charging pipe network. In the long-run future, all the petrol gas stations will be instead of this infrastructure, charging network. That's number 2 of our mainstream strategy. Number 3 is a high efficiency of power consumptions. We see it from 3 domains: commercial, residential, and the industry. That means inside of these 3 domains, we are trying to, instead of the high efficiency equipments and high efficiency management platforms like digitalization, like digital twins like this to manage all the carbon emission to make it get a high efficiency. They can all be categorized into this topic. And the last one, number 2, is a multi-energy source in the future. Currently, this kind of scenario actually is already very common in EU, in Europe, because of the high electricity costs. I believe some gentlemen from UK, right? You already have such experience of high energy cost. So why not we reconstruct or reshape this business mode from the traditional electricity to multi-energy, more comprehensive energy source in the future? That's the 4th trend, let's say. Okay? After the explanation of the 4 trends, I will speak more in part 2 about how does Huawei to enable the low carbon city. Firstly, this is a brief introduction of Huawei digital power vision and strategy. We can see that mostly we are focusing on this energy flow. We call it energy flow from the left to the right. That generation, energy transmission and distribution, and also energy usage. There are 3 big domains. What Huawei can provide according to the, let's say, root technology, we call it 40. Please refer to the title of this slide. 40. What is 40? Watt, heat, battery, and bit. And currently in this whole industry, only one company, Huawei, can, let's say, can make a converge of all the 4 domains of the technologies and maximize the advantages of such technologies. What kind of advantages? I will mention them later. Here is our thinking. If we focus from the large picture, from the energy generation, transmission and distribution, and also usage, into this smaller one, only low carbon city, I have 4 domains of the solution and the 4 main scenarios how to enable a low carbon city. They are microgrid. I think Mr. Wang Yang already mentioned. Microgrid is a mini, let's say, power station to some specified region or campus. That's number 1. Number 2 is distributed solar. That means we can use as many as the resources of the rooftop make a distributed solar system. Number 3, more interesting. We converge solar panels, solar system, energy storage system, and the EV charging together to be a more comprehensive station in the future. And number 4, I think previously some speakers also mentioned that's more converged management platform for the as small as a building or as big as a total city. Okay, I will make the explanation one by one. First one, microgrid. As on the title, this is a mini solar station to develop more green power in the city. In my opinion, such as a city like Hong Kong, the real estate, let's say, price is very high, even one of the highest in the world. But I think you also can take some, let's say, ground space. Currently, no any use to make this mini solar station. For example, you have lots of green land, right? Like here, like under this condition, if you do not have a long-term planning according to the constructions, you can use this piece of land to build a mini solar station, including solar panels, inverters, energy storage, and also the converting system. That means you can, by the construction of such a microgrid, you can generate more green power and to offload the traditional source, traditional electricity source, to get a lower carbon development. This is a concept of microgrid. And for the distributed solar system, you can see that we can use as many as the rooftops, including transportation, rooftops, factory, and the shopping mall, like also public area, suburban, and residential. Those rooftops are all belong to the resources of the distributed solar system. Here, more convergent is the solar system plus energy storage and plus the charging system. As I mentioned, the charging network is one of the big trends in the future. Maybe it can be even more than the current petrol gas station. So that's why from Huawei, we recommend our, let's say, leading technology according to the EV charging, including our fastest charging terminals is 480 kW, kilowatt. How to explain this charging? We all know that the current mainstream, let's say EV, the battery volume is around 80 kilowatt hour, right? That means 10 minutes from 0 to full. Such an experience can be equal to the petrol refueling, let's say. So if we have such technology and equipment, in my opinion, we cannot wait for the EV era, because I have been a driver like 15 years ago for the traditional car, petrol car. And for the EV driver, only 1 year, but I'm not willing to drive back to that. Because the user experience, this is compared with your GSM cell phone and your 5G iPhone. This is such a gap. Okay. Final one is according to the management platform. This is also by the access and the sensing of all the hardware equipments, we can build, let's say, platform as a service, application platform as a service. That's our target. We call it energy internet. When all the hardwares and equipments shape internet, we can make some digitalization and management. I think previous speakers, those gentlemen, already told us a lot according to this management platform. This is also belong to our strategy. We call it ecosystem strategy. Huawei in charge of the hardwares, equipments, and the platforms. The upper layer belongs to our partners, belongs to the application, let's say, providers. So that's a total ecosystem. I think the same strategy as BSI. We plus partner, right? Okay, so what can Huawei provide according to those trends and the scenarios I mentioned? What are the Huawei specialties? 4 specialties. First one is the ultimate safety of the solar system. We all know that if our power generation system from the, let's say, faraway area, traditionally they are in the faraway area, like the western part of China. We all know that the biggest hydro station, the biggest solar station in China mainland, they are all from the western part of China. In such areas, the land is cheap, and the sunlight is abundant, and the water resource abundant, right? They are not. They are, let's say, not so valuable area. But if this mini power station goes from the faraway area to the city center, what are the requirements changed? Number one, in my opinion, safety. And must be ultimate safety. This is what we can do, because we can see from the left picture that when your rooftop installed the solar panels, because solar panels can generate current, generate electricity under the sun. When there is a sun, they generate electricity. So how does, if this house, there is a fire disaster, you need to wait to the burnout of the whole house to extinguish. Because why? Because when there is a sun, there is electricity. It's too dangerous to, regularly to distinguish this fire. But from Huawei technology, we have this additional equipment. We call it optimizer. What is optimizer? Each solar panel, they can control by one optimizer. That means if there is a potential fire disaster, we can rapidly shut down the whole system, so that the firemen, the workers can make some operation in time to prevent this disaster. Also, there is another fire, potential fire, we'll call it arc. Arc is a current, let's say, a direct current format of the fire. It's very common when the equipment has some ages, like 3 years old, 5 years old equipment. They are big potential. Under Huawei technology, we can preactively detect this potential harm and make the shutdown, make the proof. Why? Because this technology is not according to power electronics is also according to AI. And Huawei has this AI technology to make the pre-active proof. This is the first one. Second one is the ultimate safety of the energy storage system. I think you already saw some news about the fire disaster in some EV. They cannot in time distinguish those because the batteries they may blast. So from Huawei, we have 4 levels to guarantee the proof of the fire inside the energy storage. From the battery package to the cluster, this one is a package, and the cabinet is a cluster, and the whole system is a level 3 system. And also from the management platform, 4 levels of the proof to make the ultimate safety of the energy storage system. That's our thinking and the consideration. When the low carbon solution comes from the faraway area to the city center, the safety must be the first priority. Number 3, when we figure out the problem of safety, we always think about making more profit, right? And with Huawei technology, we can generate 30% more of the green power. Why? The same logic, we have the AI technology and also with optimization. And why the traditional solution cannot reach this? Because in the cities, the rooftop, they are not as regular as the faraway areas. You see, different directions. You can have the dusk and the blocking. Also, sometimes you have the shadows. Those can all impact the generate of the solar system. So with Huawei AI technology and also the optimizers, we can have 30% more generation. And number 4 is I already introduced our super fast charging network. And another advantage is this liquid cooling. I already mentioned in the title. What is liquid cooling? Because the mainstream technology currently is air cooling. What's the disadvantage of air cooling? You know, air cooling is made of the fans. Fan means what? Noisy, right? And also, it's an open system. That means too many dusts get into the equipment. That can shorten the lifespan of the equipment. So with the liquid cooling, we are with low noisy, and also we have a long lifespan to protect the investment. That's our logic. Here is my 5 suggestions together with Huawei and our partners, and also the industry organizations like BSI. We need to have top-down design, more encourage of the policies, more strict sometimes with the regulations, like the safety should be strict. More new and innovative business modes, and more pilot projects and promotions we can do together. In my opinion, this event is just the beginning. We have lots of works to do in the future. Lastly, I will share you some cases with Huawei technology and the solutions. This one is our headquarters of Huawei Digital Power. We make the reconstruction of low carbon, let's say, low carbon campus of ourselves, firstly. We can reveal that the green power of the solar panels inside the campus can generate 1.5 million kWh per year. And the carbon emission can be reduced by 60%. In this, actually, this project is a pilot. It's like number 5, a pilot project cooperated with Huawei and the Futian government. Futian is a district in Shenzhen city. Second one is a more comprehensive station in Shenzhen with solar, green power, with energy storage, and also with charging, EV charging. This is a big station also in Shenzhen. And the third one is, I have mentioned, the Futian government. The Futian government campus installed all the rooftops of their buildings with solar system. And the green power generation can be 500,000 kWh per year. This is just a small, let's say, campus with only one building and several, let's say, parking lot rooftop. And that can generate 500,000 kWh even. And here is a more interesting case in Hainan province. Actually, there are two small islands with two, let's say, solar systems. One island, before the solar panels, the coverage of solar panels, they cannot grow any any farm. But with these solar panels, under the solar system, they can do some farming. So that's one construction for two benefits, let's say. Last one is the government rooftop solar solution in Kunming. Kunming is another city in China. And our Huawei high-efficiency solar system generate 5% more green power compared with the other companies. Okay, here is the conclusion of my part. I summarized my opinions with those 4 numbers and the one word. The word is we better change our thinking mode from only the energy consumer to prosumer. What's prosumer? That's producer plus consumer. Can be both sides. And the 4 trends of power generation, decarbonization, transportation, electrification, higher efficiency, and the multi-source. 4 low-carbon city scenarios: microgrid, distributed solar system, all-in-one station, and the management platform. And the 4 unique advantages from Huawei solution: ultimate safety of solar and energy storage, more green power to improve your profit, and the super fast charging of the EV. And the 5 suggestions: top-down design, more policies, more strict regulations, more new business modes, and more pilot projects. Here is the last page, illustrate our, let's say, social responsibility of Huawei Digital Power. Currently, we have this result of the low carbon development for a better, greener future. That's so much. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Liao. Please take a seat. The following session would be a panel discussion by our speakers of the seminar. In this seminar, we are honored to have joined by leaders of different backgrounds, such as technology experts, academics, platform providers, contractors, and business owners. The panel discussion session shall give us all insights into the challenges and opportunities in the digital transformation of the industry as our speakers share their perspectives and views on the current use of digital technology in the field. Without further delay, may I invite Engineer Dr. Llewellyn Tang, Mr. James Thompson, Dr. Lanson Lee, and Mr. Liu Erdong to come onto the stage to join the panel discussion. May I also invite Mr. Andy Butterfield to come to the stage and moderate the discussion, please.
Wow. What an afternoon. So before we start having a discussion amongst us and reflecting on some of the key takeaways, I'd actually just want to say a huge thank you to each of our speakers and just ask for a round of applause now, because I think your insights and your sharing has been absolutely phenomenal this afternoon. So if you wouldn't mind just putting your hands together just for our panelists. So, listening to each of you in turn and sharing your insights, I was starting to draw a list upon common themes, I think, between all of our presentations this afternoon, and they're quite a number. So I'd like to really focus on one particular theme that came up loud and clear from everybody, actually, all of us when we were speaking, is it appears to me that one of the biggest challenges we face is, I'm going to use Dr. Tang's terminology. I think I love this. This was one of my takeaways from this afternoon, which is avoiding the multiverse. And putting that into context, I think we each have discussed about the opportunities we face as a sector to really start to utilise these technologies in a joined up and cohesive way. I know we saw a great presentation from Lanson earlier, applying this methodology to smart cities through the SIM model and looking at actually how we join up some of those different technologies so the output is clear and we drive towards really achieving better outcomes. So first theme, I just really like to ask each of you, knowing where we've got to, and I think there's agreement between us all that we are in danger, the industry is taking this sort of siloed mentality. I've been reflecting on really the question, why do we think that is? So if I could throw, Llewellyn, I'll throw it to you first, just to share your thoughts. And just to prompt another question, how much do we think it's cultural? How much do we think this is possibly driven by behaviour? So if you wouldn't mind sharing your thoughts, Llewellyn.
Yeah, thank you, Andy. I think maybe I haven't completed my statement yet. So avoid the multiverse when you're not ready. I think many people are not ready yet to navigate those smart technology. At the end, you end up technology are playing. You're just a fool. They're just playing your time. But the moment that if we are ready, we can talk about real metaverse and navigating all this. But at the moment, we are totally not ready. Even BIM, it has not been successful in so many countries. We're still testing, working it out how we can actually get things, the best value out of it, right? So, and like suddenly another new technology, bear in mind, all the best technology are created by the best people in the world. We are all followers most of the time, yeah? And if you think you're smart enough to play all this, it's all wrong. So whether you can do this race to be the upfront, to lead that, I think I leave it to everybody to think about it, There's no, it's not harmful to be the follower, but you got to be a good follower. to maximize the technology, to make it smart, but not being the fool played by the technology. That's back to my sentence, we can't play the multiverse at the moment. Yeah, that's not from me, from Doctor Strange, from the movie. Yeah.
I think actually it's the same in everything that we do. We've always got silos in everything. But I think now this is the kind of like, rather than the information age, it's probably the integration age, to be honest, where actually we're driving the connectivity between multiple data sets rather than trying to consolidate everything back to one data set. We need to siphon off the best of all of them, but drive outcomes from calculating things from multiple data sets. So I think Lanson, to be honest, has taken what we've done and times it by 5,000, to be honest, with him, and again with Huawei, to be honest. So I think ultimately it's it's just a data integration story, to be honest, as opposed to you're always going to have silos, but the most important thing is how do you integrate it in the most efficient, standard way, I think is the story of the next 5 to 10 years.
Thanks, James.
Well, to drive this one, we talk about technology, talk about these implementations. We always think about the foundation of everything. When you talk about the foundations, we talk about the target, and you have to set a strategic thinking. You have a strategic thinking, talk about why are we doing this? What's the way we go, and what kinds of challenge and opportunities we have. Like all the technology we use here, all the cases I showed today is only a small portion of what we are doing. But when you think about it, in construction industry, a project, actually, the lifetime is short. Even though the building lasts for 50, 100 years. But when the building is complete, it's complete. Nobody will care about it, except the people who live inside. But as the owner, or as the general contractors here, the only thing stay is the data and the process behind it, the experience you have. Once we put all this together, integrate it all together with the right technology, then we go to drive out us to the future, whatever the new technology coming in, like the metaverse we talk about. It's only the outer layer of what we are doing. When we go to the core to find out what's the reason behind it, why in the industry people are generating so many new words, so many new concepts. Are they doing for the stock exchange market? Are they doing their own perspective? Why they are doing that? Why they are generating so many new technology or the concepts? When we think about it, on your positions, on your own companies, we go to the foundation. We find out what's the root cause of doing that. That can drive us away from all the rumors, and we can go right to the target, to the right things.
Thanks, Lanson.
Okay. I think I can make a brief conclusion about that. Firstly, the driving of this developing, let's say, low carbon or construction trend is we need the policies, absolutely. Mm-hmm. For example, like the first chapter of my presentation, we need the Paris Agreement to have the top-down design, right? And then, for no matter energy industry or real estate or the building industry, they are huge market, and maybe every organization or every company will find their specialties. That's why we have so many partners. We have the organizers as PSI and so many partners. We together do this, let's say, big developing, to follow this big developing trend. For Huawei, I'm not sure if you know the exact history of Huawei. Traditionally, Huawei is a telecommunication and the IT company, not so major in the digital power or new energy field, but also as I mentioned in my first chapter, to insight this big trend, we are willing to do this investment and to, let's say, maximize our advantages to also cope with the big potential market size in the future. I have to say, carbon neutrality is not only the, but top priority is the social responsibility, but also economic effect is big, huge. This is the second task of for the long run, not only for the environment, but also for the economic developing of the huge market size.
Yes, thank you, panel. And Adam, I think you've made some great points there. On the question I raised about how do we start to, how much of this is about behaviour change? How much is this about a cultural shift in mindset? Because I think this is absolutely fundamental to where our sector needs to really now embrace some of the wonderful tools that are at our disposal. And you made a point, just to pick up something you've just said there, we should never underestimate, the role that working to support government and getting a clear message down through that supply chain model. Sorry to sort of throw back to my own presentation, but that's one of the things that I feel personally is really, really important for us as an industry to work and support through that supply chain and bring everybody on that journey. Because just thoughts, is that key to all of you? Does that resonate with all of you? The need to really educate and take on the journey all of the supply chain, because I think you've got a great point. One way is driving behaviour from regulation. Really, really important. That does stimulate market change. But then when you start to look at that, and I reflect on 10 years of BIM, you've also got the bottom-up approach, which is much more around taking people on the journey. The SMEs. I think one of you raised a great point on SMEs earlier. So, yeah, if I could just pick up on that point, really, Adam, just to continue the point, sorry, rather than going across, I'm going to mix things up a little bit here. Does that resonate with you, the need through the supply chain? Where do you see the challenges? And I suppose the second part of the question is a question of responsibility.
Okay.
Where do we sit in that responsibility to help that change?
You mean from BSI or?
I think
what do you mean we?
As an industry. Actually, when I say
the industry.
We,
okay.
Yeah, all of us, I think, have a shared responsibility in this.
In my opinion, just as because I have also some, I also have some experience on other field like telecommunication and IT, digitalization. In my opinion, the biggest difference of energy business compared with the let's say telecom business is that the investment is too huge and it's too, let's say, fundamental. The digital, let's say, digital technology is another field of infrastructure, but the energy industry is a fundamental of infrastructure. Now, that's why we need the top-down design from the government. We can take a review of different period of the solar industry development. In my opinion, the first wave is during the 1990s. At that time, Germany and the US and also even the Nordic countries, they made some, in my opinion, so aggressive policies to incentive those new energy development. Why those countries, their sunlight resources is not as good as Africa or Middle East or even China? Why they can make such aggressive policies? Because of the social responsibility of their government. Yeah. So, in my opinion, this is a top priority.
Great. Thank you, Adam. Lanson, just your views on this issue, please.
The responsibility of everyone's different from different angles. I work from the national level to set up some policies. We look at the industries and investigate many companies. The way we're doing that is that we find a common benefit. Only when the common benefit is agreed by different parties, by supply chain, then you can success. Each company, they are always thinking of maximize profit. Either the profits on your financial statement, or the profit on the social well-being, or human well-being responsibilities, whatever. You have to find out this common benefit. It's sometimes you have to sacrifice either on your finance to achieve maybe green or sustainability. Maybe you have to sacrifice your efficiency to in place with other benefits. Everybody must get some benefits. Otherwise, the design, your operations, and long term, it cannot be successful. So the responsibility of individuals, you have to share with others, share with supply chain, what is your key performance, KPI. Sometimes you cannot share that on the table, but you have to have some way to discuss with suppliers, discuss with your owners, whatever, to let them know what's your interest. And then it's your responsibility to speak out what you want. And then we can find a common goal to become a ultimate successful for everybody.
Thanks, Lance. I think you raised some absolutely excellent points there. So I think being focused on KPIs, really key. Also, just lifting out of what you said there, I think the balance between, I think it was captured in one of the earlier presentations, the drive for sustainability, but being commercially aware, because commercial sustainability is part of the broader banner of sustainability. So keeping in mind that balance, that take people on the journey, I think is a really excellent point. James.
It's a tough one, right? I think the thing that we don't do very well, if I'm honest, is we don't put ourselves in the end user's shoes. So when we're, certainly for us, so we have 80 live projects in Gammon at any one time. And when we push an innovation out, the hardest part of scaling is not the technology, it's always the individual user's requirements. So we might get a value as an organization, but what's the value to the end user? And sometimes that's a sacrifice, just as Lanson said. But actually, I think as a management team, I think as all of us here, whether we're talking about industries or whether we're talking about sectors, I think we do a pretty terrible job of putting ourselves in their shoes to actually, what's the value for them? Because people are selfish. What's the value to them? So I think we could do more on the bottom up. We can set the direction top down, but I think we need to do more bottom up, to be honest, to make it a success. And sometimes the focus on the intangibles and make them as important as the tangible benefits, actually. So I think that's my take, definitely.
Great. Thank you, James. Llewellyn.
Well, just pick it up from James' point, I think individually, I think everyone here is busy. And I think now the way that we waste data versus money is such an imbalance, We get paid on what we do for, right? Not the data. So there's such a big gap. We still take money, and then you pay for me, I'll do it for you, That's a reality, right? So there's a lot of education we talk about digitalization, right? And the social responsibility down to individual level. Actually, lots of education for the future, how you can actually get paid by sharing good data, which we're not sharing enough at the moment. That would down to the government level, governance policy standard, how we train people, a different mindset to share more good data, and you get actually pay more than what we're doing at the moment. This is how I see it. Yeah.
No, thanks, Llewellyn. And I think you've touched on a point that I think is another thread that I sort of picked up through the presentations this afternoon, and certainly in discussions with other industry stakeholders in other regions, the same theme comes up, is that really if we consider the question, how do we accelerate the next phase of innovation, really, digital transformation, innovation within the built environment sector, one of the things that we really need, and Adam, you showed a great example of this in your presentation earlier, I have to say it was great, was the need to really shine the light. The way I will frame this is shine the light on the way for others to follow through best practice, through case studies, because there is some truly excellent work that each of you is really undertaking. That came through really clearly this afternoon. But I still think there's a bit of a vacuum in terms of really lifting out and creating some real profile around what's possible, what organisations are actually doing. So Adam, I'm going to come to you just for your views on that, but I think I already know because of the case studies you included.
How to say this? Because during my slide, there are 5 suggestions, right? If I have to make some priority of them, the first one is always the pilot project. Even because when you do anything, especially for the innovative projects or things, the first step is not think, is do. Just do it, and you can, how to say, improve all the under all the scenarios, conquer all the obstacles in the future. The first step is you take this step first, make some pilot. Definitely we will make some problems, but when we gradually solve those problems and be successful in only single pilot project, this project can be a model and can be soon expanded, in my opinion, because I have similar experience in some other field. The same mode, all can work like this.
Thanks, Adam.
To accelerate the development of new technology here, case studies, pilot projects, it's like you going out to buy a new product from the market. You have to go to Apple Store to try the mobile phone before you really buy it. That can help you to avoid the risk of failure. I talk with many companies and they always ask me 2 questions. The first question is that how you can achieve so many new things with technology in your organization or in your research. The second question is that what kinds of failure stories you can share with us to let us to avoid to do it again. And then, but the second question here, usually I can save them millions. For my organization here, we invest a lot in the past days that we're working with BSI for a really pilot project. The tolerance of failure, I think we set it really high. So we have the budget and we have time to try out new things and to meet the mistakes and to waste our money, to burn it out. And then we learn from it and let our second pilot becomes more successful. And then we also want to share that with the industry, my partners, my suppliers, that how you can avoid this failure to save money actually is also a benefit to them. So these 2 questions, how you maximize your profit and reduce the risk, and by doing pilot projects, case studies, a trial, I think it's really extremely important. And also, like in this case, thanks for BSI that we can learn from different industries, different backgrounds, that we can learn from other industries, not only focusing on construction, but we can have a broader view of the whole world, and then we can learn from each other. I think that can accelerate many things.
Great, thank you, Lanson.
I think it's the carrot and the stick, right? that you can pilot as many projects as you like as the carrots to to follow you. I'll give you an example. In Gammon, when I joined, we didn't have Office 365, let's say. So the cost difference between having Office 365 and having on-premise emails was negligible, essentially. But there was a lot of work to go from one to the other. But we did it by me buying it for all of the senior leadership team and them not having to delete their emails every morning, essentially, because they got a mailbox limit. But then as soon as COVID hit, we had Teams, we were set up, all the data was in the cloud. Now the stickiness of that far outweighs the pilot project of just giving it to the senior leadership team. So I think ultimately a lot of the time the stickiness of it is in relation to something going wrong a lot of the time, as opposed to only running a pilot, essentially. But yeah, I think lead by example first, and then hopefully you don't get stung with the second, I would say.
Great, thanks, James.
Well, I think I'm talking about from two perspectives. I think from the technology itself, the technology use has to be simple, but the technology itself needs to be very complex. But most cases it's the other way around. The technology is not good enough, but the technology use is so complex. This is what we are facing at the moment. That's point number one. The other one is education. I think the education really needs to down to when you go to home, start to teach your kids how they perceive technology. Yeah, like my daughter now, age of 8, asking me whether she can get an iPhone. The reason is because her classmate got it, which is not right. So, but in majority, people would like to have it because you got it. So I think it's quite alarming, you know. So this is something really down to individual, how you teach people. And of course, back to school, I will use the same principle. And also industry, while you're a mentor for someone, you really need to teach them the correct way. Otherwise, we won't accelerate if we got the wrong education.
I think you've made an absolutely great point there, I have to say. And by goodness, didn't somewhere along the line Christmas presents for your children get really expensive and really small? So I think there's a really interesting point in what you've just raised, and I think it was in your presentation earlier. And I think this is a great point for us to just sort of consider, and I'm just going to throw a question out there, because Llewellyn, I think it was you, forgive me if it was one of the other presenters, but you mentioned there is an inevitability that as a generation, what we will face is a much smarter generation coming up behind us. This is inevitable. However, it's fueled by two things. It's fueled, I think, by a smarter human generation coming up behind us, because technology is enabling them to learn much more quickly. As your point, you know, it's intuitive now that our children are using technology. But we couldn't end this session today without focusing on another thread that's run through all of the presentations this afternoon, which is we also face a completely new opportunity and a challenge around a new emerging technology, AI. We're just seeing the beginnings of this technology. I know we've all probably tried to use it. To your point, you know, if any of you have used ChatGPT, it's quite mind-blowing just how quick you get a response, how accurate the data is. So we have this new technology, and I think, Lanson, I loved your formula. Okay, this is a takeaway for me. The city information model, and then the equation that brought together the combination of the technologies, and you included AI at the end of this. So my question is this. With everything that we've learned from the last 10 years, looking at BIM implementation, there's been some great opportunities. We've seen some really great progress. But we've also seen some lessons that we would learn. What do we think as a panel are the opportunities? I'll focus on the opportunities, so we end on a real high note. The opportunities of utilising AI to really drive better outcomes? Because is this the key? Is this the key to enable us to focus much more upon driving those outcomes that we're trying to achieve? Better sustainability, a better health and safety record. So I just ask for your views, really, just as we bring this wonderful afternoon to a close, just for your thoughts on what AI means to the built environment sector.
Okay, me first. From my perspective, ChatGPT, AI, they can create more computing, let's say, they need more computing resources. And more computing resources needs more energy. So those energy, they come from green or traditional coal or gas, oil. That's a question we have to think about. Mm-hmm. So maybe I can share you with my own experience when I was doing the telecommunication business before. Before the first iPhone published, the penetration of the smartphone ratio is nearly 0, right? That's the year 2007. And now, what? Nearly 100%, right? This is the trend belong to the last 15 years. And copy this trend and the thinking mode. What's the current solar energy ratio, generation ratio? Around 4% in the world. And around carbon neutrality, 2050, what's the target? A half, 50%. That's a huge market. And that shows our, social responsibility. That's my thinking. Mm-hmm.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Adam.
In terms of the AI for construction industries here, I think it's a huge opportunity, of course, with threats here. Opportunity is the same, agree with Adam there. They talk about the computation power. It let things can be calculated a lot faster. AI for me is more like a big data statistics. It's based on lots of data and the formula to calculate things. It's guided by the programmer, the guide by the formulas you preset it, and then they can generate what the programmer wants it to generate the outcome. The same as ChatGPT here. It can generate something, but if you use it a lot, you can find out there's a formula behind. When you ask a question, the answer is always in 3 portions: why, how to do it, and a summary. And that is what the AI as of today. For construction industries here, lots of data are generated, but not calculated, not analyzed by anyone. So it's a huge opportunity for people to do it. But the first here I talk about it is that the result may be not right. It may be wrong. I use ChatGPT to do a couple of things, find out the results completely different. I do some search on the people's profile, I do some research on it, I can find obvious mistakes inside. In the long term, if people are not have a way to regulate the AI result, and people will start to trust the wrong information. If that information flows to construction industries, for example, we are doing a design here using AI to calculate the sunshine, calculate the airflows. What if there's a mistake behind? Do you have a way to correct it? Do you have a way to prove the AI result is correct? That is a huge threat, and of course, a new industry. You have an AI tool to evaluate the result from AI 1. Maybe have an AI 3 to evaluate both. I don't know, but that is a threat and opportunities for construction. That was what I'm thinking.
Thanks, Lanson.
I think the difference between what we've got today and what we're going to have tomorrow with AI is the difference between asking somebody a question who doesn't have a phone and somebody who does. I think because essentially we're all plugged into the network. It's just our intelligence is being able to search for something today. but imagine if that was real time and all the time and available. So I think that's the first thing is make no mistake that the difference is going to be significant when it comes to that side of it. I think the other thing is to attract the new generation and the new blood to the industry. Nobody wants to be sat there doing Excel tables, to be honest. I mean, I don't want to come to work to be an engineer to do Excel tables all day. I think what we do in society today is we breed people who are deep specialists in a particular subject matter and potentially can retain a lot of information. But in the next generation, we're going to basically breed more generalists who are capable of utilizing tools to generate outcomes, essentially. So I think that's the second big push. And then I think the third one is there's not much understanding around AI, because when we say AI, we cover it with a blanket. It's kind of like narrow AI and general AI are completely different. They've got access to different information, whether it's the internet or enterprise data. So I think it's just it's a term that gets covered by everything. But I think Microsoft sum it up best, is that it's a co-pilot. So AI should be the co-pilot to us. So they should be effectively augmenting what, we should be using that to augment what we do. So I think don't view it as a replacement technology. I think it should be a way to maximize what we can physically do, because ultimately we're biological at the end of the day, and there's only so much we can do, and let's use that technology to co-pilot the efficiency, essentially.
Thanks, James.
I always pick up what James has said, But by the way, there's a KOL on web teaching people using Excel, earning billions. Yeah, okay. But anyway, I think AI really make the invisible visible. So the whole virtual world is an unknown. You got the youngster developing all this NFT token, all this metaverse. There's such a big gap between invisible and reality. Yeah. So I think AI really bridged the gap to make everything invisible visible. I would call it artificial invisible, not intelligence. Yeah, honestly. Yeah, we won't be able to compete with AI anyway. Yeah, but they really open up another door for human beings to see something that we are not capable to do it in a very short period of time. Yeah, that's for sure. Yeah, that's my humble view. Yeah.
Great. I mean, some fantastic insights and views there. And I guess if I just sort of wrap up now, from a BSI perspective, obviously this represents a new great opportunity. But I guess ultimately, it's the same story that's a constant one through our history, where there's a real appetite for innovation and new technology. It's how you do it in a coordinated way. How do you actually put some structure around that? So as we advance with AI, that's where we'll be, is helping guide through that, as we have done with new technologies, and certainly over the last 10 years of BIM implementation. And on that note, really, just to say again, thank you so much to each of you, not just for your time, but being so open and sharing your insights. This is what we do as an organisation at BSI. It's around bringing people together, experts together, to share their expertise and look at what's needed really to help stimulate progress. So we are tremendously grateful for your time, for your enthusiasm, for your patience with the technology that we have here at our disposal today. Maybe AI could have solved that. And just again, please, one round of applause for each of the speakers. Really, really appreciate all the insights. And finally, just a thank you from me to our host, Hong Kong University. Absolutely delighted to be back here. It's been a really insightful afternoon, and thank you to each of you that has spared your afternoon to come and join us. I hope it was insightful for you too. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Butterfield, and the speakers for your insightful discussion. Please remain on stage as we are going to have a souvenir presentation session. May I invite Mr. Michael Lam to present the souvenirs for us? May all speakers please come forward and for a group picture. Thank you. Thank you, all speakers. You could take a seat. Before the end of the seminar, may I suggest taking a group photo together. Please remain at your seat and our photographers will take the group photo from the stage. Would all our audience please come forward to the center of the room and also more in front of the room for a group picture. Our speakers could also just sit below the stage and our photographers will take photo from the stage. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you all have found today's seminar informative and useful. We have now come to the end of the seminar. On behalf of the Llewellyn and Partners Co. Limited and the British Standards Institution, we would like to thank every one of you for joining the seminar today. We look forward to your continuous support and seeing you again in coming events. See you all next time. Goodbye.